Liz, because she has the candy.
We have to, we just put it down
This is
here
the candy woman.
in reports.
You could understood President's Report, you could.
Yeah, we don't need to have that on our agenda. Yeah, because I never saw anybody do that, like when Christy would show up, they just gave her some time and. Yeah.
Sherry's
Freighter.
She's in the hallway.
Okay.
Thank you. Sherry
I
Fraser.
thought I saw her.
She was in the hallway.
Hopefully she didn't get pushed on. Anyway.
All right, it is 7 o'clock, so I'm going to call this meeting to order. I am Patty McQuinn. I would like to welcome everyone who is here in the room and anybody who is in a different part of the building listening. Also, people watching online or people who are watching at another time after today. Welcome and thank you for coming out tonight. I'm going to have the board members introduce themselves. We will start on my right with Member Christensen.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Lauren Christensen here, welcome.
Good evening, Patrick Keogh. Thanks for coming out tonight.
Good evening, this is Anupam Chugsidhu. Thanks for being here.
Good evening, Doug Brooks. Thanks for coming out tonight.
Good evening, everybody. I'm LaRonda Chastain. Welcome.
Good evening, Sean Wilson.
All right, Ms. Merritt, would you like to introduce yourself and your staff, please?
Good evening and welcome, Monica Merritt, Superintendent. I'd like to begin by introducing my assistant, Miss Diane Robertson, and thank her for keeping me sane every day and also for attending our meetings to make sure that she captures the minutes for our families that cannot be here. I'd like to ask the remaining members of our staff to introduce themselves to you, beginning with Mr. Brandon.
Good evening, everyone. Nick Brandon, Executive Director, Communications and Marketing. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Debbie Piaz. I'm the Chief Finance and Operations Officer. Welcome.
Good evening, Liz Vartanian-Gibbs, Human Resources. Welcome.
Good evening, Kurt Tiskowitz, Executive Director of Student Services. Thank you for coming tonight.
Good evening, Beth Rail, Chief Academic Officer. Thank you for being here.
Good evening, Joshua Meyer, Director of School Safety and Security.
All right, so now we will stand for the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we are at letter A, adoption of agenda and approval of the consent agenda. I am looking for a motion.
Madam President, I move that we adopt the agenda, approve the consent agenda, action item number 22-08-03.
Thank you.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Member Sadoo and seconded by Member Brooks that we adopt the agenda and approve the consent agenda, action item 220803. Would you take us through it, please?
Yes, President McCoy. This evening, our consent agenda consists of human resources transactions since our last time together. We have new hires, champions for our students for your consideration this evening. We have administrative and support staff replacements for the East Middle School principal, the Executive Secretary for Human Resources, and the Executive Secretary for Student Support Services. We have leaves, resignations, and retirements, as well as the approval of minutes from our regular meeting that's on July 13th, 2021. This evening, we also have final policies for your consideration. The first is Policy 2450, that's Community and Adult Education. Policy 3362.01, 4362.01, that's Threatening Behavior towards Staff Members. That's a new policy. Policy 6325, which is Procurement, Federal Grant Funds. Policy 6350, Prevailing Wage Coordinator, rescind. Policy 6800, which is the Fund Balance and System of Accounting, and Policy 7450, Property Inventory. Finally, we have Policy 7455, which is the Accounting System for Fixed Assets for your consideration. This evening under our action items, we are pleased to bring forward tentative agreements that have been ratified by the various union memberships for the following unions. The Plymouth Canton Licensed Technicians. Consider approval of the tentative agreement with the Plymouth Canton Maintenance Association. Consider the approval of a tentative agreement with the Plymouth Canton Extended Day Association. And finally, the consideration of the approval of a tentative agreement with the Plymouth Canton Cafeteria Association.
All right, so all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Dr. Vartanian Gibbs.
Thank you, President McCoyne. At this time, I would like to introduce you to some new educators for Plymouth Canton Community Schools. We are so excited to introduce you to all of them. So when I call your name, could you please stand up and please stay standing through this time. Molly Burr. Molly might not be here, but let me tell you. Where are you, Molly? Come on up. I have to tell you Molly's story. First, I got to see her because I had to talk to her when she was in California. She's a counselor. She'll figure it out nice and calmly. She'll get up here.
I think she's going to go around.
She come. There she is.
Molly, come on in.
Okay, let me tell you about Molly now. Molly is going to be a counselor at Salem High School, but what's really cool about her is she was with us for 10 years, and then she moved to California, and she said, I'm returning. And so welcome back. We're so glad to have you, Molly. She comes to us with a bachelor's degree from University of Mary, North Dakota, a master's from University of Phoenix, and a master's plus 30 from Augustana College, South Dakota. Welcome back, Molly, Salem High School. Next, we have Bridget Cover. She is our new counselor at Canton High School. She comes to us with a bachelor's degree from Oakland University, a master's degree from Tufts University, and MA plus 30 from Harvard University. Welcome, Bridget. Next, a new counselor from Plymouth High School, Tamika Gaddis. Welcome, Tamika. Tamika will be at Plymouth High School as a counselor. She has a bachelor's degree from Eastern Michigan University, a master's degree from Central Michigan University, and over 10 years of experience. Welcome. So I want to introduce our other counselor, too, so you all can meet each other, too. Lindsay Lewis will be our new counselor at Canton High School. She comes to us with a bachelor's degree from Western Michigan University and a master's degree from Wayne State University. Next, Patricia Grant. Hi, Patricia. Patricia is going to be at Field School. She has served in a long-term substitute teaching position last school year, so thank you for doing that. And now she is going to be an elementary school teacher at Field School with a bachelor's degree from Eastern Michigan University. Next, Ashley Hinkle. Ashley? Oh, come on up, Ashley. This is our new physics teacher at Plymouth High School. She comes to us with a bachelor's degree from Central Michigan University and a master's degree from University of Michigan and 1 year of teaching experience. Lisa Kirsch. Lisa, student taught in our district, and we have welcomed her back after 11 years in another district. She's going to teach math at Salem High School. She has a bachelor's degree from University of Michigan and a master's degree from Eastern Michigan University. Elizabeth Koch. Are you here, Elizabeth? Come on up. So Elizabeth is going to be a new math teacher at Salem High School. She comes to us with a bachelor's degree from Olivet Nazarene University, as well as 6 years of experience. Jasmine Miller. Jasmine is our new history teacher at Salem High School. She has her bachelor's degree from University of Michigan. And I have Ashley Reynolds, math teacher at Plymouth High School. Are you here, Ashley? Oh, there you are. Hi, Ashley. Ashley comes to us with a bachelor's degree from Muskegon University, Ohio, a master's degree from University of the Cumberland, Kentucky, and 6 years experience. Tawana Washington. She was so excited when I called her on the phone. It was so fun. Anyways, she comes to us with 10 years of experience, a bachelor's degree from Michigan State University, a master's degree from University of Phoenix, and a master's plus 30 from University of Phoenix. Another math teacher, Canton High School, Li Zhang. Brand new Chinese teacher at Canton High School. Congratulations. Bachelor's degree from Shandong University, China. That's awesome. And a master's degree from Wayne State University and 2 years of teaching experience. Did I forget any of our new teachers? I am so excited about this. Welcome. Thank you for choosing Plymouth Canton Community Schools. We are so excited to have you on our team. We know you will be champions for our students and for each other, and it's really cool that you get to see each other, the math teachers and the physics teachers and all of you. Kurt Tiskowitz and Beth Rail are going to help me this evening because we have a special candy bar for you. And please know that after we introduce you, you can go home and start doing your lesson plans. You don't have to stay all night, okay? So welcome and congratulations. Molly, yeah, from California. Welcome back. Yeah, welcome back.
Thank you so much.
Lindsay Lewis.
Hey, Liz, maybe we want to transition that out.
What do you want me to do?
We can maybe do that on the out, and we can introduce the next people.
You want me to introduce the next people?
Yeah.
Okay, if you guys, next I want to introduce Ted Younglis. If you can come up, please, Ted. I know, I'm going to have him come up to the podium because he is going to be a principal.
Yeah, you're good to go.
Okay, I have
Younglis,
Mr. Ted Younglis here in front of you. He is being recommended for the East Middle School principal position, and let me tell you a little bit about Ted. He has served in our district in various roles. Social studies teacher at Discovery Middle School. When we interviewed Ted, one of the teachers on the committee was his former student, so I thought that was really neat. Coordinator of the Middle School Summer Academy program. He actually designed the program for our district. He was an assistant principal at Pioneer Middle School, an assistant principal at Plymouth High School. He has a bachelor's degree and a master's degree from Eastern Michigan University. And we welcome you as the new principal of East Middle School, the home of the Rockets.
All right. I just wanted to say thank you to all of you for the opportunity. 25 years in the district. My goal all along has been to be a middle school principal. I left 9 years ago. I left the middle school 9 years ago to go up to the park, and I knew the end game would be back in the middle school. Middle school is my passion. I could not be more excited to be at East Middle School. I've met many of the teachers already. I'm so looking forward to working with them. I've met a lot of the parents already. Again, thank you guys so much for the opportunity, and we will make East a fantastic place for our students. I promise you that.
Thank you, Ted. Welcome. Okay, next I want to introduce you to our two new executive secretaries. If you could somehow come to the front of the room so I can see you. Sherry Frater, I know you're somewhere around here.
She's in the back.
Come on up, Sherry. Thank you. So first, I want to introduce you to Mrs. Jennifer Voss, who is being recommended for the Executive Secretary of the Human Resources position. So Jennifer, just wave. I know everybody knows you because she was just in a different position. But Jennifer comes to us with experience as an office manager, an executive secretary, as well as a teaching assistant. So she has moved from marketing communications, I'm sorry, Nick, to human resources, but she will help both departments. So welcome, Jennifer.
Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Jennifer, I'm really sorry we don't give 2 candy bars out, but.
It's okay.
Okay, because they're in your drawer. Yeah, right, exactly. Jennifer did make them for everyone. Next, Miss Sherry Frater. So Miss Sherry Frater is being recommended for the Executive Secretary of Student Services and Human Resources, and she is another awesome employee who is coming back to our district. She used to be an administrative assistant for the Director of Central Maintenance as well as the Director of Integrated Technology Systems in our district. Then she left and she went to Schoolcraft College and served in various positions as an administrative assistant to the Associate Dean of Distant Learning, the Marketing and Advancement Department, and then the Finance and Business Department. So welcome back, Sherry. We are so glad you are here with us again.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you guys letting me come back. So I live in the community. My kids went to the school, and we just love it here.
Welcome. Thank you so much. I would like to end by thanking Linda Jenner for her 20 years of service as a teacher at Bentley Elementary School. She served the students who had cognitive impairments, and we will miss her, but we are grateful for her service. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very exciting with all the new hires. All right, we are now on to B, which is celebrating success. That will be Member Christensen.
Hello, everybody. Celebrating success this evening will honor P-CCS parent and volunteer extraordinaire, Lisa Grasso. Lisa was nominated by Nick Brandon, P-CCS Executive Director of Communications and Marketing, for her leadership and dedication to ensuring that the graduating class of both 2020 and 2021 were able to celebrate their graduations with the annual senior party event. Ms. Grasso was absolutely instrumental in the planning and production, taking this P-CCS tradition and transforming it with creativity and innovation in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to invite Nick Brandon to the podium to share more about this fantastic example of a P-CCS community member making a difference in the lives of our students.
Good evening, and thank you, Member Christensen. We all know that so often in a community it just takes one person's dedication, one person's leadership to create amazing opportunities and memories for our students. There is really no better example of this than Lisa Grasso and what she's done the last couple of years. Very simply put, the last two senior parties just really would not have happened without her leadership and her dedication. In the midst of a time like no other, Lisa's thoughts immediately turned to our graduating seniors and making sure that they had opportunities both to celebrate and be celebrated. And of course, the annual tradition of the senior party is a big part of that. Lisa organized an incredible group of volunteers. She worked very closely with the district to make sure that mitigation practices were followed, and had the vision to take this traditionally indoor event and completely transform it into an outdoor event that honestly was even bigger and better than ever before. Lisa, when it comes to making a plan and sticking with it, there's nobody better than you. Your attitude, your can-do attitude was so infectious, and you could feel it on the days of the party. You know, the seniors, the graduates were just so full of joy, and in such a challenging couple of years, they really relished the day. And on a personal note, Lisa, I just want to thank you for the donut wall. That was my favorite part of the whole thing because it allowed me to have dinner on both days, so appreciate that. So on behalf of the district, we just really want to thank Lisa Grasso for showing that one person staying dedicated to doing what's best for students can really create memories that last forever. Thanks for your collaborative spirit, your tireless dedication to making these two amazing events happen for our graduates. Thanks, Lisa.
Thank you. On behalf of the Board of Education, I present Lisa Grasso the P-CCS Volunteer in Public Schools Award for her outstanding work in volunteering for our last two senior classes. Ms. Grasso, would you like to say a few words?
First of all, thank you to Nick, who you can only lead if you have a great partner. And with all the endless texts and phone calls, Nick and I worked very closely together, especially when we got to the class of 2020. I did have a senior in 2020. Wasn't the best year that my senior could have had, but I was determined, even when everybody said I shouldn't, including Channel 2, I was determined to pull off a party, keeping all safety protocols, and not only do it, but do it really, really good. The class of 2020 parents were awesome. We met weekly, and there was a lot of us, and the kids were absolutely amazing. When you're in elementary, there's a ton of parents involved. you go to class parties and you've got everybody signing up, and you get to middle school and that starts to slowly fade away. And when I was handling a situation when my daughter was in 3rd grade, one of my closest friends said to me, these times when the most parents are the most involved are the easiest times to be a parent. It gets hard when they get into high school and you have all these other influences and stuff. And I always remembered her saying that. And one of my greatest memories, so you can thank my high school, was my senior year of high school and the different things that they did in a small town in Brooklyn. And I'm like, when it came to 2020 and they told me no party, I was like, oh, no, 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 no. So the involvement of parents in high school is critical. And I think 2021 showed us more than ever that all of us as parents need to be connected. I no longer have a PSEP student. I'm out, I'm done. I could have walked away with 21 and I didn't, because I really felt very passionate that these seniors living in uncertain times needed something to count on. When all of you were trying to manage graduation and all the different things you had to manage, I knew that the class of 2021 could still get a senior party based on what we had done in 2020. And the class of 2022, I'm committed to be involved with them as well. 23, I'm not quite sure. But from different vendors and different partnerships and using the community to help us, anything is possible, even when the restrictions are so tight. It's possible. And the mental health of our high school students is critical. So, so as we work towards everything you guys are doing, I hate to say it, but I have the podium for a second. Please, please, please think of it as in the eyes of the student, always. I had a rough year with 21. Those parents weren't very happy. And we pushed through, and that parent squad did a fantastic job for me towards the end. But it was easy for me because I was removed from the equation. I'm no longer a parent. I don't have that, I have a different passion now. But I looked and I talked to those parents and I understand. So we will have a party in 22, whether a new variant comes through or not. We'll spread it out even bigger. We'll count the footsteps. We'll add those vendors. You know, I was very fortunate. I felt very, very, very supported by the district office. And I told every parent that spoke to me that I always felt that they had my back. They listened to what my needs were. They gave me the square footage that we needed, and we pulled it off. And we will continue to pull it off. This is a great district. It's a great community. It's got a lot of great voices. Sometimes those voices get passionate. I got accused of that from time to time. But at the end of the day, we're all here because of our students. So I want to just end by showing you a couple things. This is the trademark now of the senior party. I got this shirt in high school, my senior year. It was my treasured gift as a high school student. So every time a student goes to the party now, they wear one of these P-CCS shirts. This was the class of 21s. What's different about this shirt is that every single student's name is on the shirt.
Nice.
And this was the class of 20. So I picked my kids for myself. So there's the class of 20. Every kid's on this shirt. My goal is to get every kid to the party. It's still very disconnected that some kids don't feel they belong and they don't go. And we will continue to work towards getting more involvement and getting more participation with these students, because that party is set up for every single student, whether you're on the football team, the basketball team, no team at all. You're part of the class of that year at P-CCS, and we want you there to participate. So I encourage all of you, if you want to come next year and volunteer, I'll throw on a hot pink or green t-shirt for you. We can always use volunteers, and I encourage you to come out and watch the excitement as we run these parties, because in 20 years, this is the event they'll remember, and that's our goal. So thank you, Nick, for honoring me tonight. I appreciate it. And if anybody wants to sponsor, We're always looking for sponsors each year. And if you see the yard signs throughout the community that celebrate each senior, those yard signs are part of our event as well. So as a parent of PSEP, keep doing the great work, fight for the kids, and let's give them continuous education, but a great experience on top of it. So thank you.
So thank you very much. That party is always a really good highlight of the kids' senior years. If you've never seen it, it's amazing. So thank you for doing that for our students. All right, so now we are on to C, board committee reports and action. First up is the president's report. So it has been pretty quiet this summer. School hasn't been in session, and July is kind of the month we kind of take off a little bit. We only had one meeting. We also don't do committee work during July. Usually F&O sometimes meets because they're year-round, just constantly going. However, new committees for the year have been formed, and I sent an email out today. So back this year, very exciting, is our Legislative Action Committee. Member Chastain will be chairing that. We're very excited that we're going to be re-engaging in this important work, and we're thankful that she is willing to serve in that way. And then just this evening before we started, the new board members were oriented in the high-impact school governance work that we have engaged in as a board, and we will be returning to that work in the near future, so they got the orientation to get them up to speed with it. And so that is all I have. Next up, we have Matt Kolazar, who is the representative for District 20, which includes Plymouth City, Plymouth Township, and part of Canton, here to give us a legislative update.
Great to see you all. Thank you so much, President McCoyne. I get to come here with a very happy update. As you are all well aware of, we passed record levels of funding here in the state of Michigan for public education. Taking the foundation allowance up to $8,700 per pupil, I want to personally thank Superintendent Merritt. Whenever these types of bills come up, whether it be funding, whether it be policy, you are always you're a phone call away and always very responsive. So thank you so very much for that. In addition, we have increased pre-K access dramatically in this state. We also have increased investments in school psychologists and school social workers, pardon me. What a better time to be doing that, so important right now through these uncertain times. In addition, some bills that I'm working on, one in particular is access to school libraries with a certified school librarian. Now I know here in Plymouth Canton, we do that at every single school. I believe that this school district should be the model for the rest of the state, and it's something I continue to push up in Lansing. In addition, creating a parapro to teacher pathway, providing tuition assistance to any of our paraprofessionals who would like to become certified teachers. Also, ways of supporting our students for student mental health, allowing them to declare student mental health days that will get them connected to the proper resources. And finally, creating a tax holiday weekend in August for back to school supplies for all families here in the state of Michigan. In addition to that, I just want to close off by saying I know that these times are difficult, and I just thank each and every one of you. Being on a school board is a labor of love. You're doing a great job. Thank you so very much, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions.
Does anybody have any questions? Patrick? Oh, that's a surprise. All right, so thank you so very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, next up is student performance and achievement with Anupam.
Thank you, President McCoyne. We've not met this summer, as you indicated. There was a break for all of the committees, with the exception of F&O. We are going to start our meetings back up on September 15th at 4:30 p.m. Those meetings are open to the public, and we encourage you to attend. That meeting will be here in this building, and so we'll have the agenda posted a couple of days before the actual event.
All right, so next up is the policy committee. Our next meeting is the 31st, which is our next board meeting. It's at 5:30. This will be run as a committee of the whole, so other board members are welcome to come. Generally speaking, because of the Open Meetings Act, there can only be 3 board members at any kind of committee meetings unless it has been posted as a committee of the whole. So our next meeting will be committee of the whole. And of course, as always, members of the public are also invited. We'll probably be up here in this room, and it starts at 5:30. Then next up is finance and operations.
So Finance and Operations has met since we last had our board meeting. We actually met last Thursday, August 5th, where we reviewed some really exciting projects that the bond is offering us, including the Salem High School auditorium renovation, the Plymouth High School natatorium or pool and multi-purpose room renovation, the band room addition at Plymouth High School, and additions at Byrd, Miller, and Smith elementary schools. Those projects were just kind of interim updates that we were getting. They will all come before the full board for us to vote on those as they go out to bid and as we get the bid information back on those projects. And we're really excited about those activities. We also discussed the Plymouth High School air handler replacement that was an emergency action that we needed to do. It will be on the agenda this evening for a first and final reading, and talked about some innovative use for transportation to help alleviate some of our bus driver shortage. So our next F&O meeting is Thursday, August 26th at 5 p.m. And again, it is in this room, and the community is welcome to attend.
All right, thank you so much. Now we are on to administrative reports and recommendations, which is letter D. First up is the superintendent's report.
Thank you, President McCoy. As we shared with the board and our community at our last meeting, we are here this evening to discuss our COVID-19 mitigation guidelines for the 21-22 school year. We released these guidelines to our community on August the 2nd. The board as well earlier than that, so you have an opportunity to review those. We just want to clarify, as we know, there is no longer a legislative requirement for a monthly vote on our return to learn plans, so there is not an ask for you this evening in the form of a vote. But we want to continue, as we have done throughout this pandemic, to remain collaborative as we make these decisions that impact the health and safety of our students and our staff and our overall school community. So with that in mind, this evening, we want to take the opportunity to walk you and our community through our fall plans. We want to take any questions that you may have, any concerns, any feedback, as we look to make any final adjustments prior to implementing these plans for the start of the school year. And believe it or not, we are less than a month before the start of the school year, and it has not felt like this summer has ended. And with that, I will say, our administrative team, I thank everyone in this room. We have spent this summer having extensive conversations around our plans, reviewing our data. I would tell you at the start of this pandemic, I couldn't even say epidemiologist, but I believe that now there's so much that we have been required to learn about our plans. We've had extensive amount of time to review these recent guidelines from the MDHHS, the CDC. As superintendent, I've had an opportunity to meet and consult with superintendents across the county, the tri-county area, across the state, as we're all grappling with our return to school plans. And these are definitely not easy decisions, and so I want everyone to hear that we do not take these decisions lightly. We entered into this planning process really being thoughtful, having a layered approach, recognizing as we reviewed the guidelines, it's important to engage and recommend everything from PPE, mask wearing, MERV 13 filters, air purifiers, distancing, vaccination, all of these things that came again in the form of recommendations from the MDHHS and from the CDC. I want to be clear, and I know that there has been some conversation around my word choice and the communication that went out that said that we are compliant with the CDC and the MDHHS guidelines. And I would say that in our extensive review, those guidelines and coming in the forms of recommendations is why I interpreted that to mean that we are strongly recommending universal mask wearing at all levels of our mitigation plans, regardless of vaccination status. We are, however, not requiring those. And when you look at recommendations versus mandates, that's how we arrived at that. I will say that when you look at mandates and public health orders, any federal, state, or local mandate or public health order that has come before this school district, P-CCS has complied and will continue to comply with any mandates as they come forward. We stand ready and await if our public health officials determine as a mandate there are certain actions that we must take. I'll give you an example. We started this school year with our summer mitigation plans, and we did not require mask use on our buses. CDC came out and had a federal mandate that we must have mask wearing on all public transportation, including buses. We changed our summer plans, and our students are now complying with that mandate, and we have that in our fall plans as we move forward. So again, we stand ready to comply with any mandates. In the absence of that, we have worked together with our team's daily consultations with the Wayne County Health Department to bring forward our plans. And so we'll intend to go through those plans this evening, address any questions you may have. I do want to share that when I talk about our summer plans, we implemented our summer mitigation strategies early on. A few weeks ago, actually, we released them beginning of July, implemented them on July 12th. We have, I'm happy to report, with these plans in place, 0 in-school transmissions have occurred with the current plans that are in place. We've had 1 positive case of COVID-19 throughout this summer plan that actually occurred prior to our plans being implemented. We continue to monitor our daily transmission rates, not just the county, but what's happening here in our local area. And as we've laid out in our plans, we are willing to adjust as necessary. One thing I will say, just as late as today, we are now, as a county, we've been informed, according to the CDC levels, that we have reached a level of high spread in our community. That is our county. We immediately engaged the Wayne County Health Department with our mitigation plans that you have all reviewed, just to get guidance along the way. Once again, we begin by looking at what is happening in our local community, what is happening within our schools. We look at our local vaccination rates, our transmission rates, and that really informs our decisions along the way. So with that being said, I wanted to just share that information around what is happening, as especially I think the most divisive topic I will say among our community is this idea of mask wearing, why we landed in that space, that we truly believe as we navigate this pandemic that we have to emphasize the personal responsibility of our entire school community to make decisions that's best for our families as we work forward with our #1 goal of trying to maintain in-person instruction. And so I will continue to emphasize that. We are educators. We depend on our public health care officials and organizations to give us that public health care guidance. Our teachers have a tremendous job ahead of them to educate our students. We don't even know the impacts and the unfinished learning that has occurred within our classrooms, the social and emotional challenges and struggles that our students are dealing with. And so we recognize that our teachers have a big job in front of them to educate daily and need to work with our school community as it relates to having some decisions on the public health side of it. So that's how we arrived at these plans. They are layered and give an opportunity based on what's going on and our consultation with our health officials to pivot as necessary. This evening, I'm going to ask Director Meyer to walk us through that plan. I do want to then open up for the board to engage in any questions, feedback, concerns, clarification about the document as it is written. Once again, tonight is not a decision point. We have a month away from the start of school, and we will continue to do the work and make modifications as necessary. For us, the word has been transparency as we look at lessons learned from last year and frustrations around our community to get our information out early and to provide opportunities. Tonight, we do have a full room, and we'll have an opportunity for some citizens' feedback to give your perspective and share that input with our community, which is valued. And so with that, Director Meyer, I will ask that you take us through the mitigation plan.
Thank you, Superintendent Merritt. As we talked about at the last meeting, earlier this summer, with the expiration of the public health orders, it left us as a district and many districts across the state looking to where we go next. We knew that in-person learning was important. That was the direction we were headed. and we needed to start implementing plans and figuring out where we were going to bring our students back into the classrooms. And so my first, I started with the district in October of last year, and I was thrusted into this COVID world. And a lot of this is really trying to work with our public health professionals at the county and state level, and to try to understand. And when there's public health orders, they're very specific. That guidance is very clear. As we transitioned this summer, we started with our summer mitigation plans, and these things were updated. And as the document says, we utilized two pieces of documentation. Number one, the recommendations for safer school operations during COVID-19. That is from the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. There's a link that would bring you to that document, last updated on August 2nd. And then the second is guidance for COVID-19 prevention in K-12 schools. That is through the CDC. And so when we began to look at that, we began to pull things out of there in terms of the layered approach. MDHHS spoke of a layered approach, putting in several different mitigation measures. And so that led me to a conversation with the Wayne County Health Department, and where we talked about getting advice on how to manage this layered approach, and what should that look like as a school district. And the advice and the recommendations that we got from the Wayne County Health Department was that we should follow the CDC COVID data tracker by county, which gives you four categories: low, moderate, substantial, and high. And that we should base our mitigation measures, our mitigation plan, as to where we may fall at one point or another into those risk categories. Wayne County Health Department, the epidemiologist, suggested to us that we should not only look at what's occurring in the county, but more importantly, we should look at what is occurring within our schools, what is occurring within our communities. And the example that he explained was, when you look at vaccinations countywide versus vaccinations, which is the number one preventative measure for the COVID-19 virus, when we look at vaccinations COVID-wide in comparison to vaccinations across Plymouth-Canton communities, the vaccination rate is higher in those communities. So we took that into consideration. We drafted a mitigation plan. Following those recommendations, we submitted it to the Wayne County Health Department for review, and we entered into the summer. And then as things changed and we started coming into August, we started planning for that fall. And that is where the document comes that we're looking at today. So again, we follow those same levels of mitigation as pointed out by the CDC. There are mitigation strategies that we will follow at all risk levels, which is, again, as Superintendent Merritt said, recommending mask wearing at all levels. We're going to continue to do daily screenings. That's a recommendation from the Wayne County Health Department. That is staff and students daily screening, self-screenings prior to coming into school. We'll continue to do the electronic reporting. And then again, in accordance with that CDC order issued February 21st, requirement of masks on school buses. And that is a requirement. And then the CDC actually came out with an opinion on that, and I don't remember the date, but it's in the document that's attached to that, with clarifying that does impact school buses as well. So we can go through this, but when we look at low, we have categories of requirements and recommendations. Again, on top of all of those mitigation plans or mitigation strategies that we would do at any level, we would look to clean common areas, utilizing sanitation process as needed, physical distancing, a minimum of 3 feet, and then again, strongly recommending or encouraging all staff and students to wear face masks while indoors. Move into the moderate risk. Again, we have certain requirements that elevate then, where we're now ramping up some of those cleaning efforts. Looking at our physical distancing, particularly in areas of cafeteria and lunchroom, where students would be closer together and in a closer proximity. And then again, following those recommendations, moving into substantial, where requirements now, we look, again, looking at that, cleaning, the physical distancing, and then looking at mask requirements for all contact sports, similarly to what we did last year. Again, speaking with the epidemiologist, there's a great concern for contact sports, particularly indoors. So that became part of that mitigation strategy. Recommendations, again, we looked at a substantial. We would look at remote learning, possibilities if we started seeing outbreaks in one school or another. Consider closing buildings to visitors, consider offering voluntary COVID testing opportunities, cohorting, and again, offering vaccination clinics, which the district has now offered 2 vaccination clinics to the community in partnership with the Wayne County Health Department. At a high-risk level, which is where we are as of approximately 5 o'clock today, the district will increase those cleaning in the spaces in the classrooms. Physical distancing of 3 feet will be maintained. Masks will be required for all contact sports. All buildings will be closed to visitors. District will offer voluntary COVID testing opportunities, mandatory testing for students to participate in athletic programs, cohorting, and then again, recommendations. And so with our move to high today, we've now sent this document to the Wayne County Health Department to look at those mitigation strategies at a high and make those recommendations, because again, you know, when we've asked the CDC, they referred us to our local Wayne County Health Department or our state health department, and so that's what we've done as of today, as of 5 o'clock this evening.
I want to emphasize with that, when we look at the county, once again, as we look to our consultation, it truly is also about looking at your local data. So as a county, we were just informed at 5 o'clock that we've moved to high, but digging deeper to see what's happening in Plymouth City, and Canton, the schools that we serve, because that is a data point that is very important, as you heard Director Myers share. One thing also that I wanted to bring forward, when we look to these plans, there is, just as quickly as we've moved through these levels of spread, you know, a couple of weeks ago we were at moderate, substantial, and this quickly we've gone to high. As we think about our plans, you'll see words that say consider, or it triggers a discussion, because we do need to have some consistency. That's expectation for families to know what the conversations will be at different levels. But at the same time, we need to be able, in substantial, for example, that recommendation is to say, look at what's happening locally. It could be, as last year, we looked at what's happening in a school, and maybe we need to institute or implement a mask mandate for a couple of weeks if we have high levels of transmission. It could be a level, looking at elementary schools. It could be something that we do it district-wide. But again, we need to pay attention to what is happening within our schools, within our data. Kind of think about to our earlier conversation of summer mitigation plans, and had we implemented at substantial throughout the summer a mask mandate, then we would automatically look to that data to say this is the reason why. Well, we didn't. We had strongly recommended with a choice, and we are still at a place where we have 0 transmission. So it is important to say, how are our layered mitigation strategies working together? What is the impact? What is the result? And do we need to change along the way? And so again, a month from now, we'll continue to probably experience all kinds of peaks and valleys, and so it's important to remain open, to continue with our discussions. And if I can't say this loud enough, we need the help of public health officials. We are educators. We are here to teach the love of learning, creativity, passion, and education. We are not public health experts. We are learning a lot, and that is our job in this seat. We still are charged with making sure that we're ensuring the health and safety of our students and staff. But we do need the help of our public health care officials. If there is a mandate that is in place, we will follow that mandate. In the absence of one, we're making decisions that we believe are in the best interest of our school community. So with that, we want to make sure that we open the floor now to get feedback, questions around the document from our board.
Ms. Merritt, can you talk about the close quarantines first?
Yes.
We missed that piece.
With the close contact quarantines, I'll start, and Director Meyer, you might correct me if I say something inappropriately, but again, we do have a public health order that has been issued last year, last school year, from our local health department. Last issuance, I believe, was June 1st. So we are following those guidelines as it relates to close contact quarantines. That shifted a little bit through the school year. If you remember, we started off as a 14-day mandatory close contact quarantine, and at that time it was for any student or staff that was less than 6 feet apart. As they continue to look at the data in schools and see the low transmission or secondary transmission that was occurring, our local health department followed in line more closely with the CDC guidelines and reduced the 14 days down to 10 days, and they had some exceptions. If you are vaccinated, then you do not have to quarantine. If you have a positive COVID-19 test confirmed through PCR, you do not have to quarantine. And if both the index, and am I saying this correctly, and the close contact, within school settings, they changed it to 3 feet instead of 6 feet. And so if you are masked, then you don't have to quarantine. And so that was issued June 1st. We were able to implement that, I believe, at the end of that school year, which was helpful because I think the biggest frustration as an educator is the majority of our students who had to be quarantined based on our health order were not coming up with secondary transmissions. And so they're missing 14 days of school. Some returned from school and then had to go back out because they were identified as a close contact quarantine, further hurting their educational environment. And so that change was made on June 1st. Those are the changes until we hear of something different that we have incorporated within our plans. I will say, as we look to this mask requirement, something that is a decision point for parents as they have that opportunity to decide is if your child is in a place where there's a positive case in the classroom and the child is not masked, then we will implement that public health order and that student would have to be quarantined. And so those are things that we'll continue to educate. We'll continue to follow that healthcare order. We anticipate in our conversations with Wayne County that there may be additional guidance for the fall, which has not been issued. So what you see linked again is the latest guidance on close contact quarantines as issued from our local health department, which is 10 days as identified as a close contact within a school setting, less than, hold on, I just messed it up, 3 feet versus 6, and those exceptions that I outlined.
We have, as of Friday of last week, we had the conversation with the Wayne County Health Department asking, so some of the questions that came up, right now, as Superintendent Merritt stated, the county will only accept a PCR as proof of a positive COVID test. We have asked them if they would consider taking a rapid antigen test, or in some cases, as we experienced last year, these kids were seen by a doctor. They had a rapid antigen test. The doctor stated that it wasn't COVID, it was something else, and there was no need for a PCR, but because of that Wayne County requirement for it to be a PCR, we still had to quarantine those students. So we're asking the Wayne County Health Department for clarification and guidance on that specific topic and what parts of this may change prior to the start of school year. And as of Friday, they were meeting on that and discussing it, but no decision had been made.
Okay. Doug, we're starting with you.
No questions right now.
All right. Miranda?
So, thank you so much for that information. It was really helpful. I just got a couple quick questions for you. Now, I know that no action is being required for us tonight, but I'm curious as to who and when will decisions be made? And I know it has all these other factors, like where we are in our risk level, but I think it's really critical for parents to understand so that we can make really sound decisions. As a school, we're less than a month out, so that's really important. And did I miss a report out about contact tracing?
So contact tracing, I think I
Like,
didn't
are we
actually
gonna
specify. Yes, we will continue.
continue
Now, that's
contact
also
tracing?
not a requirement
Right.
or a mandate. We have, and we are thankful for our board and supporting our additional nurses, because last year we saw that the requirement is really around the health department doing contact tracing, and we were seeing that certain cases were being missed. And so it was very important for us as we work to ensure safety that we take that responsibility on. Not required of us, but we will continue to utilize the same approach that we have in the past that has our nurses working in consultation with our building health teams. We have another year with our health care technicians that are in place at each building that really make up the team, working together with Director Meyer, and so that contact tracing will continue. The information, we still are required as a part of our dashboard to communicate the cases, and so that is something, and I believe, clarify for me, Director Meyer, the communication is to the health department, but we're still indicating on our website?
Yeah, so any positive case still has to be reported to the Wayne County Health Department, and then we still have to post any school-associated positive case on the dashboard that goes to the state. And we are still continuing to post close contact quarantine cases as well. Currently, that's not a requirement, but we're continuing to do that.
And we do have that at all layers of the mitigation plan.
Thank you.
Lauren?
I just want to say thank you for synthesizing all of this information in this document. I know it was heavily discussed at the last meeting. I wasn't able to attend, but I'm up to speed, and I just want to say, you know, this is a great lessons learned from kind of patching our information together. Is my mic on? I don't even know if it's on.
It's on.
Can you hear me now?
Speak directly into
Yeah, just pull it closer. Yeah.
Okay.
Directly into it.
All right. Bear with me, everybody. Can you hear me now?
Better.
Okay. So I just want to say thank you for pulling this all together and synthesizing all this complex information in one document for parents to be able to utilize and follow along. I just have a clarifying question that I think I heard you say about the positive PCR test. That being when we're talking about quarantining, that would be a past positive PCR test, correct? It's not a current, hey, I have COVID, but we don't have to quarantine. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. That's all I have for now.
Yeah, and to that point, one of the things when I came in October, there was, and I understand that there was a lot of frustration from parents. We were, particularly looking at quarantines, we would come into work one day and we would have a document from the Wayne County Health Department that said, here's our quarantine, and by 10 o'clock that morning it had changed again, and then by 4 o'clock that afternoon it had changed again, and now we're struggling to get our nurses to recontact people, follow those recommendations, follow those guidance, follow the orders that come from the health department, and it got very challenging. And so one of the things that got lost in all that, and I recognize that, is the communications that go to our parents. Our COVID toolbox, there was, at times, we were struggling just to keep up with handling those cases, doing the contact tracing, reporting them to the county and the state. And sometimes there was old information that was left in the COVID toolbox. So the idea, what we're trying to transition to is we're spending this summer trying to clean that COVID toolbox up, utilizing one document. So if you can scroll down, you'll see now when there's a change, when there's a change that comes out, whether it's an order, whether it's a change in quarantine, whether it's whatever the case may be, we are going to put it up. This document will be the go-to document. The change will be made in a document, and a summary of changes will be placed there in order of the date that the changes occurred. And the hope there is that we're having one document for our families to look at and not the confusion that we had last year. And you know, to some degree, it was very challenging, and I apologize for that. But the staff, you know, with the amount of changes that we were getting, and it became very difficult to manage. So that's the idea, is to try to manage one document, have that available on the website, the COVID Toolbox, and links to those updates where families can go and review those changes or review the documents that are leading us to those changes.
Trustee Chastain, I think you asked me two questions, and I think I only answered one. So I want to go back to your first question. You asked me about the changes, I believe, or when is the drop dead date of these. So the intention of these guidelines is that these would remain in effect. These are our guidelines that would remain in effect throughout the year. And when you see the guidelines at different levels, they indicate when there could be a change to add an additional mitigation layer. And so as we're looking now, we're really trying to finalize, do we need to tweak before the start of school under those different areas? That's really our conversation right now. But the idea, again, really absent a mandate, is that these would remain in effect. And the biggest piece I want to be very clear about is we have the legal ability to mandate a mask for our district. We have that ability to do. We've been given that ability. The challenge for us is the ability to enforce. So number one, we have a responsibility to educate all of our students. It's called FAPE, Free and Appropriate Education. And so when we look to mandates that we are implementing without the resources. And I said it earlier, our teachers, we have a big ask of them this year to teach. And we really have a big ask of our family as well to, once again, make those decisions that you see best for your family. But collectively, I think everybody wants what's best for their kids. Everybody that I think is advocating either way realizes the importance of in-person instruction, and we have to make some decisions that will allow that. So based on what is happening, again, within our schools, it may require us to shift. But we wanted to make sure that our families, our staff, everyone knew at what point that would trigger a discussion based on that data that might shift our plan. So we would intend for these plans to remain in place, utilizing this month to make any tweaks to the language that we need and really continue to educate around what those different layers are. So if here in High, as we just learned in Wayne County, the work we have to do is to continue to say where we are in Plymouth City, Canton, and Salem. I believe that we may be, really solidly at substantial, which is still, it's indicating transmission in our community, and continue to make those conversations. So does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay,
Thank
very
you
good.
so
Thank
much.
you. Sorry about that.
It's okay. I have another question, but I know so many other board members have them too. So I'll wait. I think it'll be answered.
Patrick?
Thank you. And I want to echo the other board members' comments. Is this document that we've created that helps to outline the mitigation strategies really helps to clarify and crystallize all the information in one place, and it's very much appreciated. I have a question similar to Trustee Chastang's question. It's really around the decision and the discussion process. When we met on July 13th, our last meeting, we were at moderate heading to low. I mean, we were all optimistic that we were going to be able to go back to school without the mitigations, and this process really made sense. But those numbers have been creeping up. And the day after you sent out the letter talking about this, we moved from August 2nd to August 3rd, we moved to substantial. And less than 7 days later, we moved from substantial to high. Can you help us to understand and help both the board as well as the community understand what that decision process is? I mean, the metrics are clear, but there's a discussion that occurs in this process. And I want to make sure that we as board members as well as the community understands what that discussion and that consultation process is and what our role as the board is. Is this something that we have to vote for? Is this something that you make the decision as an operational process? Is this something that you wait for guidance on? How does exactly we make that decision as to whether it's going to be a mass mandate or implement additional requirements as part of the process?
Appreciate the question. You had a lot of questions there, so I might need to go back and say.
Sure, that's fine.
I'll try to answer it as I heard them. The initial piece, I would say, when we reviewed these mitigation plans in the summer, all 4 of these areas were there. So I hear you say how we were comfortable with where we were with moderate and low, but we already had outlined if we get to substantial, that might trigger a discussion at the local level, which again, as I gave the discussion earlier, it could be one classroom at an elementary level. It could be one school. Like last year, I'll go back to that specific example. At Pioneer, we had a level where the amount of spread at the time, it still wasn't secondary, but we just had a high number of cases that were occurring outside of school, coming into school. It began to impact the continuity of learning. We had over 25% of our students out on quarantine. We made that decision to put that school on remote for a few weeks as those numbers calm down and give us an opportunity to get back and restart. So that was a decision we made at a local level. At the same time, we had another school in the district that had never had a COVID-19 case or transmission. And so therefore, we wouldn't just say we're going to implement across the middle schools a remote learning. So using that same idea is where you see in substantial. Looking at what is happening in our actual classrooms, do we need to increase a mitigation strategy that would utilize, for example, a mask mandate and getting through that 2 weeks or whatever that date would be. That again is where we depend on our health officials as when we look at the data. We had those conversations last year to say this is where we are, these are the cases that are happening, they're not occurring in school, but they're impacting this program. So that would be a potential on a substantial, where we're looking by, could be a level where we're saying, all right, we have elementary school students and where we're seeing this high number of increases at the elementary level, so we need to consider, is there something different that we need to do? could then be an entire district. So we have that at substantial. When we get to the level of high, that would be a situation where, again, the most important information that I would say is what's happening here locally, and then you look at the county, because as Director Meyer said, there could be, we have a very high vaccination rate within our local area. When we look at our transmission, so as a county, tonight we're high. What I need to know, and we'll find out tomorrow, is where we are locally. And so we make those decisions. We look at what's happening in school, and then we make that decision. And it could be in high that we mandate district-wide mandate mask. Again, I go back to what we're doing right now is to say, if we are at a place that we have to mandate masks because of what is actually occurring in our buildings, then what is our plan to educate all of our students? And so is that an alternative within that building to say, we'll have, students that are gonna be educated without mask and students that are masked in this building? We have to talk about what that looks like, and we do have time to get to that space. So to answer that first question, from the beginning, these layers have already been in place, and that was intentional. And now we're experiencing them, and so I don't want us to react to the level that we're on, but to respond to what that process would be in consultation with our health department, looking at what's happening and making a decision. And again, that's not a decision that we would say to families, tomorrow it's a mask mandate. It is educating again. This is what's happening, and as we did, if you remember last week, we were about a week where we're saying, hey, this is happening right now. These numbers are creeping up. This is our threshold. Are we going to determine a threshold within Plymouth Canton? And we're going to watch this week. If this doesn't plateau or go back in the other direction, we may need to institute something different. So the same thing you'll see, not just with masking, but within our layers, it's, do we need to begin to cohort students? Do we need to begin to reduce density? Those are all things that we need to have as a part of our discussion once we get into a high level that's sustained. And again, looking at the data, because it could be high for a week and it plateaus and it comes down. Are we going to implement a whole plan for the week? No, so we really have to pay attention to that with the health officials. So that's one point. And I think I forgot the other questions.
You've answered the majority of it. I guess ultimately the question is, how are those decisions and discussions made? Are they with the board? Are they with the health officials? Are these decisions that the administration makes operationally and informs the board? Is this something we vote on? I'm just trying to understand procedurally how this works.
So when you think about this past year, roles got a little bit confused within. There was a legislative requirement with you as a board. You had to approve learning plans. You had to approve mitigation plans on a monthly basis. That was a part of our, it was a legislative requirement. It was tied to state aid. Under this last round of requirements, state aid budget, that ended June the 30th. So there will not be a requirement for you as board members to create policy around mask wearing. So therefore, that has moved this back to the operational space, which is a day decision. If I were to call a snow day within the purview of operations of day to day, I let you all know before it's happening, give you the reason, the why, because you represent the community, and so you're informed about those decisions. One thing you will never hear me say is, now this is operational, so this is the plan, and we're going to keep moving forward. That's not how we operate, because we do represent the community. And what we've said consistently is it's important to continue to work collaboratively, because once again, I will continue to say it every time I get the platform, I am an educator. I am not a healthcare expert. None of us are healthcare experts. So we must continue to work together as we develop these plans and depend on our healthcare experts to consult and inform us along the way. So as you say, who makes that decision? This would be that recommendation from an administrative perspective that we want to move forward with this layered plans that looks at our data, that looks at the data that's happening locally. When we work in consultation with the health department, the same approach is in place as we did last year. It's not just about positive cases. You're looking at transmission rate. You're looking at hospitalization. So I think at our height last year in the surge, the hospitalization rate was up to 14. Help me, Josh.
I don't recall the numbers.
So
the
maybe
infection
right
rate
now
was
we're
over
at
14.
6.7. So, how many beds? So there's 7 indicators that we even engage in when we have these discussions that help to inform our decisions. So I would say during this time period of this month, We're continuing, and this was important this evening, to just hear from you, get your feedback. Is there something you're seeing that we're not seeing as we really tweak these plans? We begin that implementation process, and we continue with our daily consultations of monitoring the number, monitoring our data, seeing what's happening, and informing our decisions. If additional mitigation strategies that are currently listed as recommendations, if we need to move those into required states.
Okay, so just to recap from my perspective, these are administrative decisions, operational decisions, where the administration consults with the experts that they have access to. They inform the board about the process and obviously solicit our input and our feedback in that. But ultimately, this decision rests in the hands of the administration to make these actions. Is that correct? We will not be voting on this.
We will not be voting on this.
Okay. So I have other questions and related to this to help understand it, but I know that was a really long set of feedback. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Anupam?
Thank you. Actually, some of the questions have been answered, so I will move on to my other list. In terms of the risk level, so Josh, is Josh going to be working on what the risk level is for our community and get that to us by tomorrow?
That is the ask that we gave to the Wayne County Health Department as of 5 o'clock this evening. So we're in communication with them. They have to break it out. We're also working with some of the other epidemiologists that we have access to try to work through that data for just those communities versus the county as a whole.
Okay.
I think the most up-to-date information that we have on our dashboard, and that is a part we've worked with Dr. Summers, her graduate assistant, throughout the year. She gets the information from Wayne County Health Department and updates, I believe, and we have that on our website for transparency. So I believe the latest information they have is August 8th, and this change is August 7th. So this shift is August 9th, which is today, and so that will have to come up to date. So that's why we've gone directly to the health department to get that information as it specifically relates to our area.
Okay. So in consultation with the doctors that are on the committee, Dr. Summers and Heinen and whoever else, it's a two-part question. What are their recommendations for school reopening in terms of mask mandate? I know we are at the highly recommended, but I'd like to get their input and feedback in terms of what are their recommendations, because as you said, they are the experts in this field. The other part of that question is, what would trigger a tweak in terms of the data that we get from the Wayne County Health Department and saying we are at this level versus the moderate level? What would it take to have a tweak in terms of the mask policy that we're outlining today?
So the first part of your question, we have an epidemiologist and a pediatrician on a part of our Wallet School Committee, and they have gone in line with the American Pediatric Associations and the MDHHS and CDC guidelines as it relates to the recommendation for universal mask wearing. Once again, I would say, and I know that has been challenged when I use the words, are we consistent? But I would say we lifted that information right from that document, which again is a strong recommendation for mask wearing. Again, we have not mandated that. So I would say that would be their consistent message, is that as a best practice, vaccination is number one, mask wearing universally is number two, and that would be their recommendation. The second part of your question is really the trigger, and I do think that we still have some work to do on what that trigger is. Like, what is that threshold? Again, we don't want to change every 2 days. That would be insane to try to enforce. But looking at, again, what is happening within our local schools, that's kind of what's happening right here in school, what's happening right here locally in our community, what's happening in our county to make a decision. So again, if we're using that, and we have 10 elementary schools that do not have one positive case, and we're still recommending a daily screening. If you're sick, do not send your child to school. Monitor. It has to be, we have to, as a district, as a school community, take some personal responsibilities for ensuring that our learning environments are safe. If your kids aren't well, if you even have a question, keep your kids home. We're going to ensure that that continuity of learning is not impacted. So in that scenario, we could be high in the county, we could be high in the local area, but in schools, we have 10 schools, for example, that do not have one case. I would say according to that, it would not be necessary to implement that additional layer of mask wearing that But we could have cases that are exploding, as we've done in another school last year, and that would really trigger our discussion. We have cases, we have transmission. If we have situations where a student is positive, but they're not transmitting with a mask or without, that could be a point to discuss. So looking at this next month, we really do think that it's important to try to specify for our families what would those specific, within those individual localized decisions, what would they be? Are we going to say, if this, we're going to put this extra mitigation in for 2 weeks to try to calm things down, we need to see decrease or plateau for 2 weeks. Whatever that might be, that's the work that we still need to do so that we can get some clarity around what that might look like. But right now, at a high level, that's the process that we would follow.
So that would be in consultation with Josh, the Wyatt School Committee, Wayne County Health Department, et cetera.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I have more, but I'll come back.
Sean?
Really just more of a comment more than anything, and kind of because we are not voting on it, it's a administrative decision, so it's really just more of my thoughts for your consideration. Is when I think about the ultimate goal is that we want students to be in school face to face, and we want them to be in school face to face, uninterrupted. And so looking at where we're heading from a risk level, I believe we have to be proactive. And personally, I'd recommend wearing masks going into the school year regardless, right? But since the public health experts have really left it up to us, I'd be comfortable saying at low to moderate, we're strongly recommending. But as soon as it transitions into substantial, then I believe at that point, as a district, we should mandate mask wearing at that point. And once again, it's because the ultimate goal is that we want to prevent the district from having to shut schools down. And if we have high transmission, in-school transmission, that's very likely. And so, as we consider this, that's one point. The second point I would say is I think it's really tough to make the decision on a building by building basis, because it's going to cause consistent changes, right? And I think one of my takeaways from last year is if we can get ahead of it, make a strong decision, and stick with that decision, I think at the end of the day, the entire community is not going to respect it or agree with us, but they'll respect it at the end of the day. And so if we can make that decision, if we can.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, this is not a back and forth at this point. I'm going to ask you to be respectful if you are in the audience. Thank you.
So if we can make that decision and then stick to that decision and say these are the thresholds, bar none, once we go into substantial, then we're going to mandate masks because our ultimate goal is to make sure that our kids are in school for the entire school year. Failure to do that, we're going to be forced with quarantines, which then ultimately is going to lead to us probably having to close down the schools. And that's what I want to prevent. I think that's what everybody wants to prevent at the end of the day.
All right, are you done?
I am done.
Okay, all right. So, I'm sorry, again. All right, so many of my questions have been answered. So, have there been any thoughts about mandating masks for staff members? Because families who would like to have their children wear a mask, the children might be more amenable if the teachers were doing it.
So we definitely have had the conversations, and you'll see those represented within the mitigation plans. And I will say, going back to that ability to enforce a mandate if we do, of course, as a condition of employment, that would be easier within our purview to mandate that. At this point, we still have that, again, across every level, that strong recommendation for universal mask wearing without requirement. And again, I would say that we'll continue to look at the data, and I also want to engage our staff members, because that could be a point that, you know, if the majority of our staff members are saying, we would like that as a mandate, and we want to hear from them, and we'll, you know, we'll have an opportunity to do that as well. And so it is being discussed. It is a potential mitigation opportunity there, and again, that would be something within our ability to enforce easier than it would be. And again, I still go back to I will continue to say this. This has to be not one person's responsibility, but we really have to emphasize the personal responsibility of us all to say, how do we work together to keep everyone safe? And I'll go back again to where I talk about that word respect. For all, whatever decisions are there, we're here for education and to not question back and forth what decisions that people are making. I do think that we take that advocacy together, our collective voice, to, again, our healthcare officials and say, if this is what you recommend, then you make that decision, because that authority has been given to you to make that decision, and that is your profession. And at the same time, like in terms of bullying, and I will say throughout, I want to give that feedback, throughout our summer programs, kids are choosing to wear masks, kids are choosing not to wear masks. Our staff, some are choosing not, and people are respecting that decision. And I think that removes that stigma, and people are allowed to change their mind as well. You might have someone who's masked on one day because they feel really uncomfortable and they change their mind, and we don't need to have a discussion around that once we have our procedures that are in place. And so that wasn't a part of the question, but I just wanted to share that to answer your question. Yes, we have considered that, still on the table. Do want to get some feedback as it relates to staff, but right now we haven't distinguished. Early on in the summer, we were actually distinguishing between unvaccinated versus vaccinated, and really when we look to implement with close to 300 staff members, it's back to just what is the guidance. It's a strong recommendation for universal regardless, and that's the position that we've taken.
I'm done for right now. Doug, do you have anything?
Yeah, I had one question about the forms that the parents and the students have to fill out in the morning. We're still implementing that, right? We have, we do checks on the students that come in.
So it's a daily screener. We don't have families filling that out, so they don't submit that. But that is an ask, or what we say is a requirement, is that parents daily check that screener and indicate that I'm sending my child to school. They don't have a fever, they haven't been exposed. All of the things that we ask as a part of that is one of the requirements in our plans, that families still daily take responsibility for that screening and keep their students home without penalty. We will work, that's our job, to make sure that we're providing education and not impacting the continuity of learning. I am thankful for our teachers. We just, through our latest contract, we have some provisions. We did struggle last year. You all know that, with continuity of learning, and it wasn't, our teachers did a dynamic job in the midst of all of that, making sure that they were meeting the needs of kids. We brought in COVID-19 teachers. We were trying to continue to refine and get better along the way, and I think collectively we've come up with a plan that gives some choice with our teachers on how to educate students in a time when they are, you know, for a close contact quarantine, or if they're sick for consecutive 3 days. They can either, for some may choose to live stream. For some, teachers may record their lesson so that students are seeing the same lesson that their peers that are in person are seeing. Some may have that, what they call the Zoomy and Roomy, where they can actually engage in two-way discussion within the classroom. So just providing that plethora of choices, working with that instructor to say, this is what is best to help meet the needs of the students within my course. I foresee that being a stronger level of support of our students. So with that, continuing back to your question, that is a requirement, the daily health screening, not written, but we're asking all of our families and all of our staff to complete that each day, go through that, and keep your students home if you're sick, if there's even a question that you are not well.
So it's just a go, no-go type. If they have the symptoms, that they don't send their kids to school. If they do, you know, or if they don't, then their kids go to school. But there's no data or anything that we keep on file to cross-check or anything in the future of exposures or quarantines or
So
any
with
of
the
that.
daily screen, that's something that parents, staff, they're making those daily decisions. They're going through and answering those questions. If they answer yes, And, you know, then they reach out to our school to report, I'm not bringing my child to school. You're still saying why your student is absent. My student is experiencing 2 symptoms on this page, and working in, you know, our recommendation here is you need to move forward and get that, you know, discussion with your pediatrician, maybe get tested, whatever that is. They have those conversations
Okay.
around what should be done, but ultimately stay home during that time period, and then seek medical advice on what is your next step.
Okay, thank you.
Lauren, do you have anything?
Yeah, this was more of something that was sparked by, I think, answering someone else's question about determining our risk, right? So we know that we have the CDC COVID data tracker linked in this document here, and we found out today that we're at a high level, but we also want to determine what the risk. We want to determine what the risk is in our local community, not just the entire county, Wayne County. Is there a way to include in this determining P-CCS's risk level section a link to the local data for parents to quickly access both methods of measurement? I think that would be really helpful, especially if that's, you know, something that we're using to make these decisions moving forward.
I think it's a great idea. We did that on our website. We know we're still, like I said, the latest, the data that we get is dependent upon the data that we get from the health department. So we're 2 days delayed. I know last year the frustration was at times we were weeks delayed before we had updated information, but I think that that's a great suggestion that could be easily incorporated within our guidelines now. And also, I think the risk levels from CDC, that's already is a hyperlink, right?
It's,
Yes.
yeah, it's part of that site.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Patrick?
Yeah, so I just want to clarify one thing, and then I've got 2 questions. With respect to the metrics committee and Dr. Heinen and Dr. Summers, they recommended that we require masks at the substantial and high level due to Delta and the Delta variant. They were not recommending that we recommend that, but instead that we actually require that. So I just wanted to clarify that point. My second question really is on the layers and the process that we have. We know that when we look at the MDHHS information, that there's a ranked layered list of mitigations. And the first and foremost on that is mitigations. I'm sorry, vaccinations. But the second thing that they have is masks. And we know that for our students that are 12 and up, they have that opportunity to get the vaccinations. But some of our most vulnerable students are those ones that are in the K through 6th grade range that are not able to be vaccinated at this time. And the struggle that
Again, I'm going to ask that you be respectful of the board meeting.
Guys, it's not helping.
and if those students are not able to be vaccinated right now, and we don't have a mask process there, how does that enter into your decision making in terms of the layered strategy where the vaccination is not an option for those students?
So I think that's a big question, and I think it requires further discussion, but initially I will just go back to, again, what's happening in that same scenario in our elementary schools where they don't have the ability to be vaccinated, what's happening within our community, when and if, and I will assume, yes, we will have positive cases. Our families making that decision to keep kids home. Do positive cases end up in the classroom? When they end up in the classroom, with families making that choice, whether or not they're masked, what is our transmission that's occurring within those classrooms? And if there is not transmission occurring, we still have that data point that we continue to monitor, but we say the current mitigation strategies that we have within that classroom are working, and we don't need to adjust. We could have that same scenario in that level, and there are 10 secondary transmission with kids that have a mask and kids that don't have a mask, and at that point, we need to pull forward after consulting with the health department to say this is the scenario that's occurring, and is this time to implement another layer to our strategy?
So just to clarify, that's more of a reactive strategy where you look at the data of what's actually happening in the classrooms instead of a proactive strategy that's looking at the factors that are happening in the community. Is that correct?
So I see the way that you're seeing that. When I go back, I think the proactive approach to that is, again, it's important in this space to look at what's happening and not make blanket decisions. And I used the earlier example that in substantial this summer, we could have instituted a mandatory mask mandate which I'm not here to say whether or not masks are good or not. You're here as from my seat saying I am strongly recommending, because that's what the healthcare experts say, and I am following what they say, strongly recommending. Without that mandate, that recommendation is not required. But in that piece, if we had issued a universal mask mandate throughout this summer, we would have looked to that data to say this is the reason that we didn't have transmission. We didn't. We have unmasked students, and we have 0 transmissions throughout our summer. So able to use that data to inform, not in a reactionary manner, but to inform our decisions. And if that shifts, then we owe that responsibility. It's not that we're making this decision and we're done with it. We're looking daily at what is occurring, and we adjust. And that's the flexibility. To me, that is the approach in a pandemic. When I go back to say there's no playbook on this, and we need to together figure out the best strategy for this community.
Yeah, okay, I just would caution us on looking at a data point of less than 1,000 students where we've only been in substantial for a week and only been in high for 3 hours.
3 hours, that's right.
So, I mean, we shouldn't make those kinds of decisions based upon that.
Yeah.
My next question was related to the fact that we are in high now, and that our requirement in high is that we do athletic testing. Are we prepared to do that? And does that also apply to other activities like band and other programs?
And so when we look at our recommendations, that is, I think, a recommendation.
It's a
that is there a requirement?
It's a requirement.
And so we have consistently also talked about the MD, I'm getting
MHSAA.
No, I'm looking at the athletic.
MHSAA.
MHSAA.
High School Athletic Association. And so what?
HSAA.
Yes, MSHAA, and what guidelines they have in place. But then specifically looking at the, what's happening right now within our own programs, and is this something within our plans? We have said, if this high level, and that would trigger that discussion, do we want to mandate that for our sports? And so that is a decision we need to go back and look right now as we enter into this. These are the things that we've put forth as a recommendation for high level. And where I said the work that still needs to be done is, what is that amount of time? So we don't want to ping pong and say today it's high, so you're going to get testing to participate, or you're going to have to wear a mask to participate in sports. And now tomorrow it's not, so you don't have to do it. We need to have some consistency, and that's some work that we need to work on and get some help from the experts on how to do that. So
Okay,
I would say across the board, we still continue to follow that guidance of the MSHAA as it relates to sports and what they currently have in place. When we look at even some of the recommendations for testing requirements as a school, we're not putting that forward for in-person learning. Again, vaccinations, we're not putting that forth as a requirement. We are working with the health department and trying to get these pop-up sites to give access and opportunity for our staff, and really working to support that recommendation. So that's still some work that we need to do as it relates to what is in our plan currently. Is that recommendation to mandate masks for close contact sports when we're in high levels, looking at testing as we did in the fall. And so that's what we need to work through,
So
the
I
extracurricular.
just want to understand then what you're saying, because we have requirements in the mitigation guidelines and we have recommendations. The mandated mask for all contact sports and the mandatory COVID-19 testing for all students that participate in all athletic programs is a requirement. So are you saying that that's not a requirement?
So I'm saying that is what is currently in our plan. I'm saying what is the recommendation currently out of the MSHAA that's not a requirement. So what I'm saying is still to do, we as our team working with the health department, because we have identified that as being a requirement absent of any other recommendations. What would our process be to implement that going forward? And that's the work that has not concluded.
So I think that's fine. I think that we need to make sure that we clarify the document. If this is going to be governed by the MHSAA, then we need to include that in here rather than having this be something that's listed as a requirement and it's not clear.
That's a great point.
I just want us to make sure that we're very clear to the community when they're looking at these things and they understand what are requirements and what are recommendations.
Yes, I appreciate that.
I do have one last question, and then I'm done with my questions.
Go ahead.
Last question is really around the timing that we have. I mean, we're talking about now is a lot of discussions about when we return to school, but we have activities and programs that are going on right now. You yourself have talked about where we're at with summer school, and we have band camps and other activities that are happening leading up to the school year. So how quickly do we anticipate that the district will move on these guidelines to affect not only the return to school, but also the programs that are in place in our school right now?
Yeah, it is with complete urgency that we move every day. As people talk about welcoming back for the fall, we haven't left. We have been planning and working all summer. And so even with the camp, that just came on our radar. And so we have a requirement for all camps, activities outside of sports, that they have to submit an approved mitigation plan. And so that we go through our processes. We still talk with the health department before finalizing and approving those. And so we're working through that example that you gave of the band camp. That is an overnight camp. And so we'll make sure that, looking at the mitigation guidelines that are in place at the facility that they'll be spending overnight. We know when our students are actually utilizing their instruments. We appreciate the board's support in actually getting a different level, and I'm probably going to say it incorrectly, so Ms. Rail, help that for musical instruments, there's a different layer of mask that's used that allows them to, and so utilizing that when they're actually practicing, and there's spacing requirements, so that will be the plan that they submit to us. We have to go through, approve, and move forward, and that's how we'll continue to monitor our activities. One thing I do want to address, yes, they are practicing outside. But the question was a band camp, and so we have overnight band camp. So I do want to clarify, in our plans, there's not a requirement for mask wearing outside at all levels of the plans, even with the CDC and the MDHHS. There's not a requirement for masking outdoors, and so we are consistent with that. When we look to particular camps and activities where they're going to be together 24/7, we want to make sure that they have plans that are in place that are actively working to keep students safe. And so they'll submit to us what those plans are. We'll go through those, get some consultation with our medical experts.
Okay.
And we'll continue to do that with all activities throughout the summer.
Okay, just want to clarify on that last point. You said not requiring masks outdoors, but our current requirements for high require us to have masks for all contact sports, and that does not distinguish between indoor and outdoor. So is that a difference in that policy?
Well, you were talking about band, and that's not.
No, I know. I'm just trying to understand whatever the activity it is, whether it's band or sports or anything like that. Are some of those things required even outdoors?
Director Meyer, can you help me with that question, with what's in our current plan?
The current plan, when we are at a high level, at the recommendation of the Wayne County Health Department, is that we mask contact sports. That is due to the fact when we looked at last year, the increased cases and the outbreaks that we had within our district were all related to contact sports. Majority of them were related to contact sports. So that is the clarification that as of tonight, as we moved into high, we have sent this to the Wayne County Health Department, and we are asking for that advice and for that guidance, because we haven't had an outbreak, but we're asking what their guidance is on that particular topic.
So we'll get that information back to you in terms of that response.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for the thoughtful process that went into this, and also for the work in making sure that we can have kids continue to be in school. We know that we demonstrated an ability to do that in the spring with the appropriate mitigations, and I'm hoping that we can continue to do that in the fall throughout the entire school year.
Newcomb.
Thank you. And just following up on that comment, I think at the end of the day, we all agree we want our kids to be in school, face-to-face instruction for those that want it. And so I think about what is the best way to do that, and what is the safest way to do that. And that's where I hope that proper communication and consultation is occurring, and we do what's best for kids and keep them safe. And so I go back to, how can we be more agile and proactive in terms of what's that trigger? So the more we can communicate with our families, the better off we'll be in terms of being prepared. I think we are at that phase which I did not anticipate. I know many people did, but a month ago when we were sitting in this room, we were all very joyful. We were excited about school starting up and the spread being very low, and how quickly that changed
with the Delta variant. And I think that's the other thing that we need to consider. This variant is very different than the variant we had last time, far more contagious.
No, it's not.
So this is where, again, I think about how do we protect kids with the variant being so spreadable. Again, our job is to keep kids safe. And so how do we best do that? The last thing I have is it's not a question, but it's a suggestion, and I'm not sure what you want to do with it. But with regard to this document, which I think is fabulous, and this is something that's going to be updated and shared with communities and staff members, would it be possible to do like a tiny URL or just like a direct link just to this document, something like P-CCS COVID mitigations or COVIDstrategies.com? So that is the one-stop shop, because I did Google trying to look for this document and I could not find it. So again, multiple ways to access this document. One from their website, the other is, again, you guys make it up because this is what you do. Whatever, P-CCS COVIDmitigations.com. And then at the top, if there could be like a little disclaimer that says, continuing to monitor these policies or these requirements, recommendations are subject to change based upon recommendations from Health Department and the Wildlife School Committee. Okay, thank you.
Sean, do you have anything?
No, just last question. You know, thank you for your hard work on this. What do you need from the board going into the school year?
Continued collaboration, and I'll use the word support because we are on one team making decisions that are impacting and really setting the tone for our entire district. And that final piece, I'm so glad that we are moving back towards legislative action committees, and so really advocate and ask for that help outside of us to the healthcare professionals, because we're doing what we interpret based on the guidance that's there and what we have the ability to enforce. We need our staff, once again, to get in front of our kids and teach, and we need our parents to be contributors and our families and to the healthcare component of their students, and we're working on the education, and I know that we will get through this together. And so continuing to keep the lines of communication open, the suggestions and input and different perspectives I think are so important, and that biggest ask is just to continue to support the plans that we have in place and talk about when we need to adjust, because we see that things are not working the way that we intended, and so continuing to work together through this. One thing else I want to share, and I know these have been questions around, what does the environment look like? And the goal beyond, number one goal, 5 days in-person learning for those that choose that option. And as much normalcy developmentally that is appropriate in that space. And so we've talked about spacing. When we look at our chairs, we are maintaining 3 feet at a minimum in terms of our chairs, measured from center of head to center of head. That is consistent, but we still have opportunities when you look at kindergarten and circle time and activities that have the students out of their seat and learning developmentally appropriate things. In some classrooms, I think we've had to, at some layers, have last year, like our specials coming into the classroom. If there's space, we'll have opportunities to have those specials within their classroom. So again, monitoring, and when you look at the different levels, at high levels, that might be then the opportunity that we need to cohort and stay within that classroom setting, but really working to have more of an appropriate educational experience for our students within the guidelines that we have established is the goal for this school year.
All right, thank you. And again, thank you for this document. I like that it's accessible. It's one document, and I especially like the summary of changes, which will prevent people from having to read through the whole thing and then trying to figure it out. And I just wanted to mention that, like many people, I am unhappy that the state and county health departments have chosen to push decisions down to individual school boards. Since we are...
Not school boards, superintendents.
Yes, school districts, I'm sorry, I meant to say school districts. Since we are not health professionals and should not be tasked with making these decisions. My preference, of course, which we've discussed, is universal masking, because I'm not And I'm not willing to ask people to do things I don't do. I teach in a district that has a universal masking requirement, so I will be teaching in a mask all day. And did it during summer school last year. It was fine. But I respect that this is not a board decision, and I will continue to support you and hope that this district is successful, because this plan has to be successful, because these are our children. And our children have to be successful at the end of the day. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we are now on to teaching and learning. Ms. Rael.
Yep, and as a part of the board's regular processes, we like to bring updates from various levels of teaching and learning. So tonight, Dr. Deirdre Brady is with us. We're going to do some updates on the work that's been taking place in curriculum and instruction, and especially around professional development and some of our shifts to more personalized professional development. So Dr. Brady?
Hi, good evening, everyone. It's nice to be able to be back and talking to you about curriculum and instruction, which is kind of refreshing after everything we've all been through. So over the last year, there wasn't a lot of traditional curriculum work that was done due to the nature of last school year, but I'm here to tell you what we did work on and then also update you on what is going to be happening this year. Before I get into that, I thought it would be good just to refresh everybody's brain about the curriculum instruction team. There are 4 curriculum coordinators, and they oversee content areas. They 4 core content areas, and they also oversee VAPA, PE, foreign language, etc., world language. We have 1 full-time K-3 instructional coach. She focuses on early literacy very specifically. There are 2 other elementary instructional coaches, and they focus in on all different content areas, not just literacy. They do support literacy, of course, especially in 4th and 5th grade, but then science, social studies, anything else that needs supported. There's also 3 full-time secondary instructional coaches, 2 focused at the middle school and 1 focused at the high school. And then we are fortunate enough to have 5 part-time high school coaches. They are each .2 over at PSEP in order to support core content. The curriculum instruction team does have a mission statement, as you can see there, is to support all staff by promoting best practices and enhancing professional growth. The team focuses mainly on, like I said, the coaching aspect. The curriculum coordinators, they do oversee the content areas, but they do coaching as well. There are 4 vision statements for where that team is headed, where we're headed together, which is to empower staff to be resourceful and flexible practitioners. Things change on a dime, as we know, as we've learned very clearly this past year and a half. Also to provide supports to meet individual needs of students. Sometimes teachers would like to brainstorm that and think through what might work best, and so we're there to help them. Also to support teachers in utilizing data to inform instructional decisions, and then also to be able to support the staff to know what needs to be taught and the materials that they need. Our goals are to focus on K-12 aligned curriculum. Very specifically, we are focused on, at the high school, the contents that are required. So for example, we have in the past talked to you about science and the different core classes that are required for all students. We also are working to integrate culturally responsive instruction into the curriculum process. We want to increase student voice and choice, so something we've talked about before is the choice books for students in order for students to make selections what they want to read about the topics that they choose and authors that they choose. We focus a lot on the support of teachers with instructional practices, again, specifically in coaching and support. I'll talk about a little bit more about that. And then the create opportunities for job-embedded professional learning. So I'd like to just talk a little bit about what job-embedded professional learning is to make sure we all have the same understanding of what that means. So there's what you would think of maybe traditional professional development, where you go somewhere, somebody does a presentation. Job-embedded professional development is done in-house. And so rather than going someplace else or off-site, which has value, and there's absolutely reasons why you would do that, job-embedded professional learning is when my team, or sometimes you have outside people, come in and we go into the teachers' classrooms. So that can look many different ways. It could be that a classroom teacher one of my coaches, maybe, especially at the high school level, where we have .2 coaches who still teach part-time as well. Teachers would go in and watch that teacher teach. They would talk about decisions that were made from an instructional standpoint, have debriefing and learning. And then teachers can go back into their classroom and try some of those same topics. They come back and have conversation. Job-embedded professional learning looks many, many different ways. So it could be one-on-one, a coach. We work together. It could be a small group of teachers, so one of our grade levels in one of our buildings at the elementary, or a content, for example, in a building at the secondary level, has something that they want to focus on. The coaches, especially, like I said, high school, I'll give an example. Our social studies coach this past year, Patrick Ignagni, who is now a full-time high school coach, he, during this past school year, was doing job-embedded professional learning for new social studies teachers at PSEP. So we still had that going on this past school year. We tried to keep some things similar and normal, so to speak. So although last year was unique, we did have to shift some of our focus because we didn't have the opportunity to do the curriculum cycle as I have discussed before you in past years. So we focused on a few different things. One of them was to support the virtual instruction. There was a lot of learning that needed to occur over the summer for teachers to work on Canvas, our learning management system. And then also, how do you teach in a virtual setting? So the team, the curriculum instruction team, whole teaching and learning team worked on that. We also supported the creation of elementary resources. Elementary teachers have a large lift. They have many things that they need to prepare, and certainly switching that to a virtual setting. There are 6 contents that they're responsible for on every day, and so the curriculum instruction team helped with some creation of those resources. Again, coaching for Canvas, learning management system. The support teachers and instructional practices, that's the coaching and the regular thing that we do every day. We did still do that. The coaching might have looked a little bit different last year. It probably was virtual for the majority of the year, but we did certainly, there was even co-teaching that still occurred, which is something we would typically do face-to-face, but there was some co-teaching going on in the virtual setting. I've talked about the job-embedded professional learning. We still did that this past year. And then I'm going to talk about professional development a little bit. This is the second part of what I'm going to talk about tonight, so I'm not going to go deeply into it, but we had to greatly shift how professional development was done last year, and the curriculum instruction team was very specifically involved in that. So for this coming school year, I am happy to say we are getting back to our curriculum cycle. That is something the board has heard me discuss many times. It is important to have that cycle so that we have a regular look at what's happening in classrooms and what needs to be edited and changed. And as I've shared in the past, there has been sometimes that it's been longer than 5 years before something in curriculum has been looked at. And for the cycle that we're employing, we want to look at everything within 5 to 7 years, depending on the content. So this might look familiar to you, board members who have been with the district serving for extended period of time. I've brought this before the board for the past couple years. This has been updated. You can see this school year is there. We are going to be working on curriculum this year. You'll see that 6-12 Health and the K-12 PE will be starting the review and planning stage. And that's when teachers come together. We look at past curriculum. If we have curriculum built inside of Atlas for that, which is our warehouse for our curriculum, we have conversations. What does the data look like? Are there things that are working? Are there things that are not working? What should we do? And then you'll notice we have some that are in the middle of phase 2. They might have been in phase 2 before this past school year. We put them on just a hiatus for a little bit, and we're coming back to those contents. So one example is the 6-12 vocal, 6-8 vocal music and instrumental music had started the process prior. I had shared probably 2 years ago now that that's where we were headed, and so they were about halfway through their revising and developing. And we put that on pause. But we're going to be coming back to that. So you'll notice that 6-12 is coming together. We're going to be doing all secondary. So the teachers will come in. We're going to actually sit down. We're going to look at resources that they have. Do they need something different? Do they need to pace differently inside their courses? You'll see 6-8. Math is sitting there, and the 11th and 12th grade ELA is there as well, which again is something we started prior to the pandemic, and we're coming back to. You'll see we have lots of things in phase 3. K-5 math is something that actually implemented this past year, brand new, and in the middle of the year we are keeping it and implementing. We want to make sure that teachers are ready. We started that in a virtual setting, and it just looks different to do that face-to-face. So we want to make sure that we relift that with teachers. Algebra 2, K-5 art and music, world language, there's quite a few things that sit there. K-12 social studies is there. You'll notice that that is the only one at this time. K-12 media as well. Those two have K-12 together on the same cycle, and that is ultimately the goal, and you'll notice across time we will get all of the contents in that place. We do have some contents that have rolled previously. They're hanging in phase 4, which is we might make tweaks, we might get feedback on things that need to be changed. So algebra and geometry, they rolled 2 years ago, and science did as well, the K-8 science as well. And K-10 ELA is also there. So you'll notice across time, there's a lot that kind of sit down there in that phase 4 because that's where it sits for a longer period of time before we roll back to phase 1. So for this year, we have some areas, I kind of already highlighted them. One that's missing from this page is the 11th and 12th grade ELA. That's something that had started before and is continuing. The implementation of elementary and high school social studies, we have new resources there in K-12. Middle school started this past year, but we have other resources and new curriculum for the other levels. K-12 health and PE is starting the process this year. And then also I talked about the visual performing arts. Every year, we support teachers with instructional practices. We have some plans for that, some ideas that are going to get rolled out with staff this year. And then, of course, we will continue the support of anything that's newly been implemented. So, for example, the K-5 math, go back, the algebra, geometry, K-8 science, those are all things that we continue to support because they've already been rolled out. So I'm going to move on to professional development. That's something that I kind of did a little sneak peek, but said I would share a little bit more with you moving forward. So last year needed to look a little bit different. We had a very unique year, and so PD also was needed to be unique. Typically, we offer face-to-face professional development, and this past year, that was not something that we could start the year with. So the team, the curriculum instruction team, needed to kind of think, how do we still offer high-quality, effective professional learning for the staff, but do so in a setting that is going to be safe for everyone. This past year, we offered remote setting, especially for the beginning of the year. That was something that was a focus. Another thing we needed to take into consideration were 2 different pieces that are coming from the state level that we must follow. Bullet point number 2 there is we need to offer at least 30 hours of professional learning to staff. So it's not as though last year we could say, just never mind, we're not going to do professional learning this year. That was not something that was going to be able to be done. We needed to think creatively to make sure we met the guideline. And then also there was a brand new requirement for sketch providers. The sketch is what teachers can earn in order to renew their certificate as teachers. And so in the midst of all of these different things happening in the district, we also had different guidelines that we needed to follow. And we are a sketch provider, so we can offer teachers, they're called sketches. Don't ask me what they stand for because it's not going to come out top of my head right now.
It's
Thank
state
you,
continuing
Beth.
education clock hours. So if you think about like your certifications, if you're in any type of profession, there's continuing hours or continuing education, and that's what it's called for educators.
Thanks, Beth. I figured she'd know it right off the top of her head. So we are able to offer those hours for educators, but in order to do that, there are a lot of guidelines that we must fall into. We can't just say, yep, they did some hours and give them those credits. We have to make sure that actually there's quite a few guidelines and ramifications for allowing those in the district. And then we also wanted to balance professional learning with what the teachers needed. It looked different this past year. They needed different kinds of things, and so we wanted to take that into consideration. So the curriculum instruction team came up with some solutions. We offered synchronous opportunities, especially at the beginning of the year. It was mostly remote. The opening week of last year was done in a synchronous manner, as was the October offering. But then as we got into the year, we realized that maybe asynchronous would be an opportunity that would be good for some of our teachers, where professional development was created for them. It was housed within the LMS, the same one we used with students last year. We can house professional learning in it as well for our staff. And so the curriculum and instruction team, along with the technology department, created over 50 asynchronous learning opportunities that lasted anywhere from 3 hours to 6 hours that teachers could choose. So for 3 of the days, teachers had an expansion of their time parameter. So typically, if the day is going to count for student count time, the PD needs to happen on the day that counts. Last year, because of the state changing the expectations for hours and days, we were able to have a lot of flexibility inside of that and offer the teachers more time, as opposed to it must be from 8 till 3:30, for example. We were able to be flexible with that. I've stated that we used Canvas. There's lots of different learnings that were integrated in. I'm going to share with you a couple of them in just a moment. And then we use teacher feedback into the course development. With it being asynchronous, there was a component that there's a lot of data collection that I was able to do off of it being asynchronous because it was all done online. I could see how long teachers were on. I could get feedback on what they liked, what they didn't like, what areas were confusing for them, what topics they needed more of. I also was able to pull a group of teachers together and have conversation with me just about what are you looking for, what do you need? And that was very informative, and it was used to create additional courses that, again, were developed by curriculum instruction as well as the technology department. Here are just some of them. There's a wide range. You'll notice that some of them fall under the social emotional. We know last year, some of our students, it was challenging. It was a challenging year for a lot of people. So we had some that fell under the social emotional realm. We had some, the art of teaching handwriting to young students. That is a content-based. We had some that were technology. The HyperDocs one on the bottom left, that is a technology resource that you can use within the classroom from an instructional purpose. Again, we created over 50. I think it was actually closer to 60. Here's a sampling of what we created. There were a lot of lessons learned. I think sometimes great thinking comes out of difficult situations, and sometimes you do the same thing over and over again because that's what you've always known and that's what you do. And last year, needing to do something different afforded us some learning, which is something we can move forward with. First is that the asynchronous learning was extremely effective for the staff. There's personalized professional development that occurred. That was one of the feedback ideas from staff, was to have, for example, a book conversation about a shared book and to have learning about that. So there was some personalized professional learning that happened, which was very powerful. Teacher choice in their sessions resulted in more learning. I saw inside of the feedback how much teachers, they spent far more time than, let's say that was a 6-hour course. They were in courses for far more time than that, creating many items that they could use, share with each other, share with the curriculum instruction team, and use with students. The asynchronous learning, again, we had both asynchronous and synchronous. Of those asynchronous courses, 98.5% of the participants rated it as effective or highly effective, and I would tell you that's over 6,000 submissions of PD reflection, so it's a very high rate. And then we found that the blend of design is beneficial. Some teachers liked the synchronous. They preferred to have, it might be on the screen, but face-to-face conversation, a live facilitator working with them and going through it. So during that last day, we did offer both synchronous and asynchronous opportunities for the last 2 sessions, because some teachers did indicate that they preferred a synchronous or a live version instead. So being able to have a blend seemed to be beneficial. So for this coming year, we took some of those learnings and are applying them into this year. The first is a blend of formats. There will be, during this year, time that we are live with each other. There will be also opportunities for asynchronous professional learning as well. Teacher choice will be incorporated into the year. Again, that asynchronous opportunity for teachers to pick areas that they felt most passionate about, they wanted to grow in, is something that was very helpful last year, and we can continue. This year, we do have hours and days expectations, but the days that do not count for student contact time, we do have some flexibility with those days. Not all of the PD days are set up that way, but there are a couple, and we can offer still that flexibility that we were able to offer staff and when they could get it done. And then, again, feedback from staff will be incorporated into our ongoing creation of the asynchronous and synchronous or live opportunities that we have. So we're excited. There's a lot of things. I'm excited to get back to doing some curriculum and instruction. At this time, I'd welcome questions or feedback.
Doug, do you have anything?
Not right now.
Okay. Lauren?
I mean, this is really exciting. I agree. I'm happy to see that there were some lessons learned and ways to continue on with professional development that are making us think a little differently due to this last year. My question though for you is, in your curriculum development, are we engaging in any student feedback in curriculum to help us develop that? I'm just thinking about our student-centered approach. Certainly, asking teachers what works well, what doesn't work well. Are we doing the same of our students?
We are. I'll use two different examples. Okay. So for the most recent elementary one that is rolling out is social studies, and then we rolled out math earlier. The math, the students gave us feedback. We did observations to see how. We piloted a variety of things to see how that looked, and we also took parent feedback for the math as well. In the social studies, we also got feedback from students. We did a soft roll at the elementary this year. We were creating asynchronous things for teachers, and so instead of creating asynchronous for the old things we might as well, that we wouldn't be using anymore, we created it for the new. So we did get feedback on some of those pieces. In the social studies, the high school students gave feedback. Again, it's all during the piloting phase, which would be phase 2 of the cycle is when that occurs. But yes.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Are you done? Yes. Okay. Patrick?
So again, great presentation. Super excited about the progress, and I really especially want to echo what Lauren mentioned is that how much stuff we learned from COVID and how we adapted and brought forward new mechanisms, not only to train our teachers, but also to then incorporate that into the education that we do for the students. So it was never something that any of us wanted, but it's exciting that we were able to take advantage of that and bring forward some new things. Can you remind us of where we're at in the curriculum development plan cycle? I know that we've been looking at it for a number of years, and how long before we get through everything?
You are never done.
Never.
No, I know we're never done, but when do we have our first, because this has been a really...
Do you mean the first iteration of the 5-year cycle?
Of this new process, because this has been a really long, structured process that we had a more haphazard process before, and this has been fantastic.
So I'll tell you, we're in year 3 because we took a vacation last year from the process.
That's what I was trying to remember.
So we're in year 3. So if you look, I went back to where we are in phase 1, and if you look at the 23-24 school year, you see K-10 ELA. ELA was the first curriculum, K-5 was the first, reading specifically, was the first curriculum that rolled during that, as well as some of our high school math courses. High school math's going to sit in phase 4 a little bit longer, but the first one to come back for the second iteration, because it's a cycle. So you
great. That's what just trying to understand.
Yeah, what can happen if you don't come back to it is you don't make the adjustments that need to be made to best serve our families and our families. It's that simple. So you have to always look at it to make sure that the practices you have in place are the practices that you need, and it's what's best for students. So in the 23-24 school year, you will notice 2 things. The red, that is something that's coming back and being redone after we've already done it. But you also notice the yellow, which is social studies electives. We've not touched electives yet because we've been working on the core content. So we kind of will be in the second phase of our core content, but adding in our electives at the same time.
And so the electives will be the last of the subjects that have gone through this standardized
that will
process.
Start this.
Correct.
This yes. That in the way that we're doing it since I've.
And I know your cycle is ideally 5 years, but
Ideally.
I think sometimes you'd go longer than that, and sometimes you might go shorter if you found some limitations.
Correct.
5 years is the average then? Is that what?
So core content, it is best to go approximately 5 years. There are going to be some things such as your fine arts or PE that the standards don't change as often and might not need to be redone, and they'll just as quickly. So they might sit in phase 4 for a longer period of time. You might also, I'm going to use high school ELA as an example. The 9th and 10th grade, the curriculum was rolled out. In 11th and 12th grade, we have lots of different classes, and so it's hard to make sure you look at all of those courses, and so it might take a little bit more time depending on what content it is. High school, because there's so many different courses that we offer at the high school, that takes a little bit more time. That's why there's a window. You notice phase 2 says 12 to 18 months. There might be a content that sits there for 24 months because it needs to. And it's not a checking of the box, but rather making sure that there's authentic work that's being done in readiness for students.
Well, thank you again. This is a great presentation, and I'm really excited about closing in on getting everything through this this review cycle.
So am I.
Okay. Thank you.
Anupam?
Thank you. Again, great job with continuing the work. I know last year was a little challenging, but you all did great pulling everything together, providing ongoing professional learning for staff in different formats, and that was, I mean, it was evident that staff kept going and learning. So I want to pick up on where Lauren shared a little, or asked more about the student input. And so thank you for the response in terms of you do get student feedback when you're piloting. So I want to push that a little bit in terms of how do you engage students in feedback with regard to curriculum instruction assessment on an ongoing basis, regardless of whether something's being piloted or not, because you are always trying to get better. So is that something that you are doing or would plan to do, and if yes, how?
So it mainly occurs during the piloting phase because that's when the big changes occur. When you look at the other phases, large sweeping changes don't typically happen unless something has gone drastically awry. So the large collection of information from students from a feedback standpoint occurs during the second cycle. During 3 and 4 is when we are implementing, and then implementing the one stage and then continuous looking at data. So from a data standpoint, we do look at the data that goes forth. And so that's not necessarily surveys. So we might have surveys in phase 2, for example, cycle 2. We might not have surveys or those kinds of things, but we do still go into classrooms. We do still see what's happening. We get feedback based on student data of what's happening or not happening. So it's an ongoing look.
So looking more at student data with regard to how they're doing and performing. Okay.
And that's how you get back to phase 1, right?
Right.
Cycle 1 is you look at the data and you say, okay, this worked really well, but we still have a concern here. What are we going to do to address that concern?
Another thing that's not in the presentation, but is something that we started to implement and will continue to implement, is instructional rounds with our leaders going into classrooms, collaborative teams of teachers going into classrooms, and a good portion of instructional rounds is also asking students,
Yes.
what are you learning? Why are you learning it? And how are you doing? And we get feedback in that way, looking at observational data, discussionary data, as well as then rolling it up and looking at the student achievement data. And those pieces all come together to make a really good puzzle to let us know how that's going. So, and we're continuing to look at ways to engage more student voice in our process as well. So as we look at our secondary students, how might we engage them in some focus groups and different things as well. So it's continually in our conversation as a teaching and learning team.
Great.
And that's something that, thanks, Ms. Rail. We had done that actually about 2 weeks prior to March 13th happening. We had elementary administrators in doing the rounding, and myself and Carrie Fromm, we were doing elementary reading rounding with principals. And that was supposed to happen all through the spring, so that is something that we expect to continue back this year again.
Excellent. And so to follow up on what Ms. Rail just said with regard to student voice and choice, one of the slides you had talked about increasing student voice and choice. So can you talk more about what it is and what does that look like?
Yep. So it can look a lot of different ways. So I gave one example earlier in regards to Toolbox. That's just one way, obviously. It's also utilizing inside of a classroom student interest. So in a traditional setting or situation, the teacher has the plan and they have the idea of what's going to be presented that day. In a situation where students would have more ownership into that learning. They're bringing to the table the ideas that they want. They want to also learn inside of that. So there could be different options that day depending on what the student prefers. It could be learning styles that are different, and the student gets to choose different learning styles. So it could be content that's different. It could be output that's different. There's lots of different ways. It really falls under the student efficacy realm of them being able to advocate and look at the topics that they like to look at. So ELA is a content that is the furthest ahead with implementing that inside of their classrooms, as far as the output for writing and then also the choices for reading.
And so just a little follow-up on that one, with regard to increasing student voice and choice in your professional development, how far along do you think you are with teachers understanding what that is and what that looks like and actually practicing it in the classroom?
It looks different because we're in different places on the cycle.
Right,
So,
so that's what I'm trying to figure out. How-
right.
where
So
are you?
when you are in cycle one, phase one of the cycle, you are looking at data. So you're not rolling out right then brand new instructional practices. We have coaching that occurs, and we have job embedded, like I said, that happens, but from an entire content, rolling that out, that doesn't happen until phases 3 and 4. And so you'll notice that right now is when we're getting to phases 3 and 4 of the things that we started a couple years ago. So that comes through, obviously, coaching expectations of what needs to happen inside of a classroom, but a lot of it is coaching and readiness. It also is built into the curriculum. So inside of Atlas, which is the warehouse for the curriculum, we continue to put into the sections about instructional strategies is one of them, for example. There's also sections for students who might need advanced work. They're in that course, but they need some advancement, or students who might need additional supports. There are areas to put instructional practices inside of that. Those are also topics that our PLCs, professional learning communities, have conversations about. Some of that is under the guidance of coaching, and some of that is under the guidance of curriculum coordinators.
Okay, thank you. I have one more, but I'll wait till everyone else has a chance.
Sean?
Newpom, you can have my question. No questions, no questions.
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to ask more about the assessment pieces of the curriculum development process. So in your slides, you talked about curriculum instruction assessment, and you're talking about Atlas, which houses all that stuff. With regard to the assessments, we had talked a while ago about common assessments.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk more about where you are with the common assessment process?
Yep, that is part of the curriculum cycle. So when the curriculum is developed, so that's phase 2 of the cycle, that is when assessments are also created. So we do something that's called blueprinting. We look at the standards themselves to say, how deep do the standards go? So we use something called depth of knowledge, and a depth of knowledge one is it's pretty surface. They don't need to have lots of depth, and it goes up to a 4, which is quite intricate knowledge and understanding of the concepts. So during the curriculum cycle, when the teachers who work on the teams come, we talk about how deep are the standards, because there are standards that are ones. There are standards that are ones. There are some things you just need to know, terminology you just need to know. And then there are other things, most standards don't go to a 4, but they go up to a 3 pretty regularly. And so we do what's called blueprinting, where we say what do we want to focus on, how many questions do we need to have inside of each of these different standards on this assessment, and the assessment is created that way. There are times that we can use an assessment that might be part of a resource that we have, but oftentimes the resources, the assessments that come with the resources may not be as deep, depth of knowledge-wise, as we need, and we create assessments. Again, it varies drastically depending on the content, the grade level. So I can't give you a blanket answer to that.
Really just looking at, does every class, every level have common assessments?
Not every class, because every class has not gone through a curriculum cycle to fulfillment.
Okay. And what about the high school classes? Where are you with, can you pull that chart back up?
They are in very varied places. So it greatly depends. So you have, if you look down at, hang on, it's not moving for me. There we go. If you look down in phase 4 for this year, algebra and geometry are sitting in phase 4. They've been in phase 4. They have common assessments. They do deep analysis of common assessments during their PLC time. We have heavily coached inside of algebra and geometry for instructional practices. You'll notice that algebra 2 is sitting in implementing. We needed to put a hold on them because we couldn't get all the assessment components we needed done, and so they're not in the same place as algebra and geometry, and that's okay. Again, we don't rush the process. You'll notice that for 9th and 10th grade ELA is down in phase 4. They implemented starting 2 years ago now in 9th and 10th grade. 11th and 12th grade is in phase 2. As I shared earlier, we need more time. There's a lot of classes in 11th and 12th grade, and that takes more time. So it varies greatly. Social studies, all of social studies is in K-12. K-12 social studies is all in phase 3. So where language is in phase 3. So it depends. Core content, mandatory courses, for the most part, except for 11th and 12th grade ELA, are sitting in phase 3 or 4.
Okay, thank you. That's the clarity I was looking for.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, thank you for this. It's nice, fascinating to see where we are. So when we go back to the beginning where you were talking about your team, so you have, the curriculum coordinators, the instructional coaches, and then when you talk about, you wanted to do the job embedded professional development, do you need more people? Do you need some support from the district? It just feels like there are a lot of things that you would like to do, and for the teachers to roll all of this out correctly, that's a big lift. And so I'm wondering if you have enough
we are
people.
adding, right now we're in the process of adding an additional K-3 instructional coach at this time, so that will move to 2. We're in process this week of doing that. And to answer your question, there's competing priorities inside the district, and I understand that. Is having more coaches give me the ability to run more job-embedded professional learning? Yes, that would allow us to coach more, but I also know that there's other areas, such as our social emotional learning, that also needs to be supported. So yes, I understand what you're asking, and I'm not going to stand and give you a number for that, because I know that there's lots of things that need to be considered when we're talking from a budgeting standpoint.
Yep. And the other thing we're doing this year is we're doing a better data tracking on coaches and the effectiveness of coaches, looking at that in comparison to some of our other intervention services, and where are we getting the most benefit for our buck, and where are we getting the best services for students. So we're doing a pilot in teaching and learning where we're tracking data over time and really looking at the comparison of different intervention services, including those that are supporting our teachers in our classrooms, to get really solid data on what is our most effective interventions, and then where do we put most of our fiscal resources based on the effectiveness of those interventions.
Thank you, that's very helpful. It's also very nice to see you in person again.
It's nice to see you as well. I come before you often, so missed you face to face.
Not that we did not enjoy the cat.
My cat's lovely, but he's not. You know what? I live in Canton now. I could just bring him along, and he'd love to come. He'd sit right here.
All right, did anybody have anything else? Are we done? You have one? Go ahead.
You hit on what I was thinking about, funding and resources that you need.
I'm sorry, Doug, I can't.
Is there any more funding and resources that you need that we can provide as a board? Or do you have everything that you need to implement all Algebra 2 and everything like that?
Yeah, so we do. So what's nice is a couple years ago, the board instituted money to make sure we had textbook money every single year. We needed to take a hiatus last year, which I completely understand, but that's back this year. And so that I budget carefully. I work with Beth, obviously. We look at things very carefully to make sure that we're fiscally responsible. But also there's money for substitutes and also money to be able to pay teachers to do the curriculum work, which mostly is done during the summertime. So that substitutes we use for the job embedded. And so I think I'm okay in that realm. Beth knows I'll let her know if there's a little bit something I need. I let her know, but I appreciate that question. I think I'm good for this year. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
All right, next up, we have finance and operations.
Debbie?
Okay. Good evening. We have an emergency replacement of an air handling unit at Plymouth High School, first and final reading this evening. Mr. Grzinski is here to explain the nature of the failure. This was a replacement that was scheduled for, I think, 2026, 2027, but obviously failed earlier in its lifetime. The base bid is $118,026. This is one of 12 units at Plymouth High School, and as we discussed earlier tonight, it supplies not only air-conditioned fresh air, but also the fresh air as a mitigation strategy for airflow at Plymouth High School. We are using a OMNIA vendor contract 15-JPL-023 purchasing consortium under a statewide bid to do this work. And Mr. Grzinski is going to explain the rental of a unit necessary for the next 60 days based on supply chain issues we would have in getting the unit as quickly as possible. Thank you. And Mr. Grzinski, do you have any?
Good evening, everybody. The unit we're replacing, the parts are 60 days out, and I don't believe them. So, so we need to supply fresh air to that portion of the building, which is the room surrounding the gym. And in order to do that, we need to rent two 20,000 CFM air handling units to be placed on the roof at Plymouth and blow that amount of air into the fresh air intakes to reestablish fresh air flow. So it is a pretty intensive project to swing that and make it happen. But we have TMP working with architects to make sure that the roof can handle the load. TMP, or Train, is ready to ship the units as soon as we give them the okay, when we have the engineering specs in place so that we can accommodate those.
The unit itself will be paid for by the 2020 bond funds, but the rental of the units would unfortunately have to go with operating funds, but we're looking into using potential federal ESSER funds in order to supply the necessary airflow, as discussed, since it's a mitigation strategy of our district. Discussed thoroughly at F&O last Thursday.
Did anybody have any questions? All right, so I am looking for a motion on action item 220804, consider a resolution for emergency replacement of air handling unit number 6 at Plymouth High School, first and final reading.
Madam President, I move that we consider a resolution for emergency replacement of the air handling unit number 6 at Plymouth High School, first and final reading, action item 220804.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Member Kehoe and seconded by Member Brooks that we consider a resolution for emergency replacement of air handling unit number 6, Plymouth High School, first and final reading, action item 220804. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. All right, resolution passed. Thank you so very much for all your hard work on this.
Thank you.
All right, so now we are at E, which is citizen comments. I have a stack of citizen comments. Before we start, I want to remind people that citizen comments are a time for the school community to bring concerns and feedback to the school board. This is not a back and forth. Questions are not answered during this time. Each citizen will be allowed 3 minutes. There is more information was on the back of this form. When your name is called, please come up to the microphone. Mr. Brandon will start the timer, give your name, and begin speaking. At the end of 3 minutes, please wrap up your comments. So first up, I have Kara Garvin.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
My name is Kara Gavin. I'm a science and medical writer who has lived in the city of Plymouth for 17 years. Since March of 2020, I have written dozens of articles for the general public about COVID-19, translating information from doctors and scientists into plain English for anyone to read. However, I am not here in my professional role, but rather my personal one as the mother of a soon-to-be 7th grader at West Middle School. She's vaccinated against COVID-19, as are my husband and I, so right now we feel well protected. She'll be going to school in person, as she did last year, even after losing her grandmother to COVID-19. But her school year, and that of all our children, hinges on the decisions of others. Disruptions to their ability to learn and thrive will happen more often if P-CCS does not follow the strong advice of public health authorities and the American Academy of Pediatrics. That means requiring masks for all at this time. In the past week, since the district posted its mitigation guidelines, I've been thinking a lot about 3 words that all start with P: power, prevention, protection. Thanks to science, our society now has the power to prevent the spread of the virus and protect those most at risk of getting sick. But those in power need to use that power to follow guidance based on the latest information that experts can give us, including about how new variants of the virus spawn and spread. You have that power. The past week has also shown me another kind of power, the power of community. In 7 days, 636 people have signed a petition calling for P-CCS to follow the science. Thousands of other people across the state have connected on social media and are using the power of their voices and their personal networks to call for the same in their communities. We've crowdsourced a map to track which schools, colleges, and universities are truly following science and which are not. You have the power to make decisions that will prevent infection, illness, and death, and to protect those who are most vulnerable, the infants and children who can't get vaccinated yet, the teens whose parents won't give permission for it, people who are still vulnerable even after vaccination because of a condition they have or a medication they take. You have the power to prevent and protect. That same power keeps nuts out of certain classrooms to protect a single child with a severe allergy. The same power bans tobacco, alcohol, and drugs on school property and requires drug testing of school bus drivers. The same power makes sure that cafeteria food doesn't make kids sick, has healthy options, and is free to those who need it. The same power hires crossing guards and sets rules in school pickup lanes. It keeps student athletes from returning to play after a concussion. That power requires families to provide proof of vaccination against major childhood diseases or face other requirements if they don't. You have chosen to prevent and protect because you have the power to do so. And I hope that you will choose to use your power in this moment to follow public health leaders and opt for prevention and protection. Thank you.
Okay. Next we have Gwen Zernabel. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that.
That's okay, everybody does. It's my fault for not taking my husband's last name. I am here tonight as a pediatrician and a mom of 3 children in this district. First, I would like to thank everyone for their hard work and dedication in educating our children over this last very challenging year. I now have an intimate understanding of how hard it is to teach children, as my own 3 stayed home with me all year long. I will tell you, virtual is not in person, and God love our teachers who continue to show up. The rest of my comments will be directed to Ms. Merritt, as it appears as though she has the power to change how safe our children are in our school district. I am advocating for those who could not safely attend this large gathering to have their voices heard. It is easy to turn a blind eye to our vulnerable children and their families. Cancer, inflammatory bowel disease, diabetes, asthma, and death are not very good conversation starters at parties. Unfortunately, they're a part of my everyday life and that of my husband, who's a hospice and palliative care doctor. We are concerned that the reality is many in our community don't understand healthy children without risk factors do get COVID. They do get ill, and they do go to the hospital. I can speak about that from personal experience. Your decisions today, Ms. Merritt, will determine what safety our children have. Your option of masking is in direct contradiction to the recommendations by the WHO, CDC, AAP, Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, and Wayne County Health Department. All have stated unequivocally that it is essential for all unvaccinated individuals, and in many cases, even those with vaccinations, to mask within our schools. Having unmasked individuals of any age in our schools takes away families' freedom to choose that free and accessible public education you are speaking of. Yours mask protects me and mine protects you. That is the treat we make. Excuse me, this is my minute. Please allow our children an in-person education this year with universal masking. As a pediatrician and mom, I advocate for those voices who couldn't be heard today, who arrive and see me in my time. In my remaining time, I would like to offer a moment of silence for the 400 American children who have died of COVID and the many more affected by the loss of the loved ones. And we can use this time to reflect how much we wish this were not a reality and that I didn't just spend all my time sitting in a boardroom thinking about the safety of my children. Thank you very much. It is. We need our children in school.
I'm sorry, this is not a back and forth. I'm going to ask you not to interrupt speakers, and then they will not be interrupting you.
Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Judy Westra.
Ms. Merritt, school board members, a mask mandate is no different than a dress code. You have the power in your handbook to enforce a dress code that keeps us all safe and protected, keeps our children safe and protected. While the risk of COVID is at a substantial or high risk, you have it within your power to mandate mask wearing, just as you would mandate a safe dress code that is conducive to the well-being and learning of our students. I urge you to enforce a mask mandate while we are at a high or substantial risk of COVID transmission.
Scott Milam.
Good morning. Ish. I actually am not here to talk about masks. I hope that's okay. I want to bring up something that Matt Colzar brought up earlier. He said our district is a district that could be a model for the state. And I don't want to, go with that in the sense that a lot of people are doing a lot of good work all over the place, and I appreciate all of them. There are a lot of resources here. There's a lot of talent here. There's a lot of, what's the word I was thinking of? Oh, I wrote it down. There's a lot of expertise, and there's a lot of passion and caring. I think we need to make a priority that our students and our community understand racism as we educate them. When I went to high school, I didn't learn very well about that stuff, and it's still a struggle for me today sometimes. And I see that struggle in others. I see people who are defensive and uncomfortable, and I don't want my students to go off like I did. I left unprepared. I didn't know a lot of things. I didn't understand how bias worked. I didn't understand the gravity of some of the history in the community. And I have had a lot of success teaching the last few years, right? I've been here a few times. You've seen me. But I know in my head that I have students that I did not do a good job teaching for, right? And I want my students to go on and be prepared to be good peers to whoever they're working with or whoever they're living with in their communities. Earlier today, Nick said it takes one person sometimes, right? We have far more than one people ready to act on this. And let's do something big. Let's be leaders in this. Lisa said earlier, we have a lot of passionate voices. And so as we start the school year, I want to encourage you to keep that in mind, thinking about what can we do to make sure that we are connecting with our students and helping them to understand and to feel comfortable and to feel at home. A lot of students are given the perception that they're not welcome in certain ways, and sometimes that's unintentional, and sometimes it is intentional. And I just want to really emphasize that it's really important to me that we push to do a good job of that. And of course, I'll be happy to help But I just wanted to spend a little time with that. Thank you, and also thank you for all the things. And really, thank you for pushing the school time back. Those high school kids really need the sleep, and I'm so happy about that, so thank you.
Okay, we have Mark Wiersbicky.
Hello. Just going to read it really quick for you so we can get us some other people up here. I'm here today as a parent of 2 children. I'm concerned with the decisions that you made last year regarding the measures that took place, none of which were any science. I'm urging P-CCS to please carefully read the research in which you base your decisions on. I'm asking that you use the, excuse me, you ask for the data and research or who experts you are relying on is such as Dr. Khaldun. There is no research that says putting children in masks for 6 or 7 hours a day is safe. In fact, that everything that I've read says it's dangerous. If you have any information that provided to the parents that said it is safe, please provide. The CDC has admitted that the COVID virus is transmitted through aerosol. Everybody that's wearing a mask today, we're all breathing the same air. All breathing the same air. It's useless. It was on CNN and MSNBC, so it must be true, right? So, excuse me, I'm a little nervous and a little bit,
Passionate.
Yeah. I was gonna go with perturbed, but we'll go with passionate, right? So,
It's a P word.
we have decided to place, so I'm sorry, hold on, let me go back here. I don't even know why this is even an issue. Both my children struggled this year while wearing a mask at school. We have decided to take my high schooler out of P-CCS and put him in a private school just for this reason. Thank you. My child was quarantined even though he had recovered from COVID months prior and was tested weekly for sports. This makes no sense at all. If you have COVID, you were protected, right?
Yes.
As a parent of an immunocompromised child, that I ask you to stop using this population as an excuse to mask. I don't rely on others to protect my child's health. In fact, it's the only reason that we chose another school. His immune system needs to stay healthy, and this includes not wearing a mask. I was pleased to see that the masks were optional, and we continue to watch how the P-CCS continues school year. I hope we want to return. My other child who lost a year in learning is excited to see her friends and faces, and I hope moving forward that the effort to show us parents that we are part of the decision-making process. I urge you to focus on educating our children and stop policing our health. It is my job as a parent to maintain the health of my children. Thank you.
Next up is Cindy Binder.
Can you hear me? I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My background is I live in the area. I have several grandchildren that attend the district, and I have many years of neuroscience nursing experience at the University of Michigan. So I want to talk to you about a child's brain. It's worth protecting at all costs. Yes, I said their brain. Certainly you understand the scientific fact that COVID-19 is an airborne virus, and it's spread via respiratory droplets through breathing, talking, coughing, sneezing. And certainly you've heard that COVID-19 can take away a child's ability to breathe. It's a horrific feeling. It's likened to breathing through a straw. No matter how wide they open their mouth, they gasp for breath. But I doubt most of you here tonight realize how a virus, yes, I said a virus, can affect a brain. COVID-19 is a virus. The virus enters the child's primary through the air, enters their body. It replicates and travels through the bloodstream. Let me tell you what a virus can do in the bloodstream of a child. Viruses are clever. They can mutate and develop strategies, allowing them to break through what's called the brain-blood barrier in a child, something that protectively surrounds a child's precious brain. And then the virus wreaks its havoc. Yes, I said it wreaks its havoc. What I mean by that is I had a very healthy child, 5 years old, who encountered an influenza virus. Sadly, and unfortunately for her, the virus circulated her bloodstream and entered her brain-blood barrier, and it wreaked havoc on her little kindergarten brain. That havoc resulted in 200 seizures a day. She spent 1 year in the intensive care unit at UCLA Medical Center in Los Angeles that culminated in a rare brain surgery known as a hemispherectomy. The removal of one half of my daughter's brain when she was 6 years old left her half paralyzed and half blind. That's what a virus can do to a child's brain. So devastating was my daughter's story, it's been featured in numerous documentaries all around the world and on 2020 ABC News 3 times. Sadly, we are living in a pandemic where scientists are admitting that we do not know enough about the long-term effects of COVID-19 on children. I am especially concerned about children under 12 years old. They are not eligible for a vaccine at this time. I have experienced decades, and I mean decades, of heartache because a tiny airborne virus robbed my daughter of a lifetime of happiness. What I would not have given for a facial mask back then. Cloth coverings, we know, are a powerful weapon to protect children, and I hope you take it seriously. Thank you.
Next up is Keith Kumpel-Tuitz.
Good evening, board and community. Calling the last 16 months a challenging is an understatement, especially when we're describing the school year. That said, it was also an awakening for me, and I will use my 3 minutes not to talk about masks or protocols or mandates, but to rather call our community into action. You, as the elected Board of Education, serve as our voice in matters of our public schools. School board members are responsible for a trust established by the community. The most important beneficiaries of this trust are students in our community, and board members are directly accountable to the people they represent. As I sit here tonight, I've been paying attention to our board members, keeping tabs on your reactions, body language, and overall demeanor. I expect full and undivided attention be paid to every single speaker who uses this platform afforded to them by law to voice concerns, no matter what those concerns are. I'll be the first to admit that I didn't pay much attention to your actions in previous years. I rested on the laurels of the fine Plymouth Canton Community School District and simply expected that the district would thrive. In my last few moments, I'd like to offer a few examples of our board's engagement. During a face-to-face meeting with me on December 22nd in this room, Ms. Sidhu and Mr. Kehoe both acknowledged that there was an issue with the quality of communication between the board president and the community, and it would be improved on in the new year. I would struggle to say that it has. Then on February 19th, 21, I emailed Ms. McCoyne asking her for her reasons for voting no on the learning plan presented at the February 18th special board meeting. This was one of many messages sent to the board asking perfectly reasonable and legitimate questions, many of which went unanswered or answered with canned, vague, and weak responses. Ms. McCoyne's response on February 22nd is as follows, and I quote, "On behalf of the school district, thank you for reaching out to us. While I am more than happy to provide reasons behind my most recent vote, I would challenge you to ask for explanations of votes you agree with also." End of quote. She then went on to explain her reasons, which I give her credit for. Ms. McCoyne, my reply to your message was my last interaction with the board until now. As I stated in my email back in February, you do not get to lecture me or any other community member on how to appropriately question your votes. To the rest of the board and our great Plymouth Canton community, we can do better and we must demand better. We cannot afford to be silent, complacent, or continue to accept this level of response from people we elect to serve in the public's trust. Please respectfully pay attention to what your school board is doing. how it acts during sessions, and what the candidates stand for before you cast your vote. Our kids' education is much too important to do anything less.
Jennifer Faust. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. My name is Jennifer Fess. I come to you as a concerned parent of 2 P-CCS students. I'm a board-certified family physician who trained at Wayne State with 10 years of practice in primary care here in Western Wayne County. I see roughly 400 patients a month in the outpatient setting. I've seen the full spectrum of what COVID-19 can do, from asymptomatic infection and incidental diagnosis, up through death and chronic debilitating symptoms in people you would be least likely to expect it in. Like many of the parents here, this has been the most challenging 18 months of my life, personally and professionally. Reflecting on the last academic year, there were several different strategies that the district put in place to keep schools operational without compromising the health and well-being of students and educators. Of all these mitigation strategies, there is one that stands out in terms of keeping the doors open: the universal use of masks. Multiple peer-reviewed reports demonstrate the extraordinary impact of using masks in spaces where people are indoors and in close proximity for prolonged periods of time. The universal use of masks is safe, inexpensive, and a simple strategy to prevent the spread of COVID within school walls. If no other mitigation strategies are used, masks alone may be able to keep our schools open and operational as we stand at the foot of the next surge of COVID-19 in our region. With no preventative strategies, Delta will move very efficiently through schools, undoubtedly causing illness, school closures, and potentially severe post-inflammatory infections in the pediatric population like MISC. As we start this school year, we will likely be in a surge of COVID-19 due to Delta with widespread community transmission. This summer, we are seeing the reemergence of other respiratory viruses that are not COVID-19, but that can cause very similar symptoms. We need to anticipate that these viruses will enter schools and cause a huge burden of COVID-19 testing, missed school, and disruption to education. This past academic year, we saw that with the universal use of masks in schools, it kept these other viruses at bay, thereby keeping our population healthy enough while trying to mitigate the spread of COVID-19. I would like to also mention that nearly every single one of my patients who has been diagnosed with COVID has attributed their early symptoms to the common cold or allergies, thereby holding off on testing and going about their daily lives for a few days. These same people will be sending their symptomatic kids to school. Very simply, masks block aerosols and droplets that contain virus. They hold back sneezes, coughs, and snot. I hope that you will mandate the universal use of masks in schools within the district, especially as our county just today has moved from substantial to high community transmission. Delta is a different story. Follow the CDC and American Academy of Pediatrics recommendations in support of universal masking. Show us that the health and safety of your district's students and their families is your priority. Thank you.
Gabriella Islas?
I'll have to take one of my masks. I am here supporting the same goal as everyone else, to have safe in-person school. Before COVID, this meant having safety measures like requiring visitors to register before coming to school. With COVID, safety measures mean something different, as we all know. With a surge of cases in our community, now considered high, I am asking the board and P-CCS administration to follow CDC, AAP, and our county health department guidelines and implement a universal mask requirement for indoor use for everyone's safety. After reading Ms. Merritt's communication regarding the proposed mitigation strategies, we were extremely disappointed at the lack of an indoor mask requirement, especially after seeing how effective it was last year. It is an irresponsible move made for still somewhat unclear reasons, but definitely not because medical experts, including Dr. Khaldun, Michigan's chief medical executive, has even said that simply recommending wearing a mask is not considered as following the guidelines. This means that in fact PCCS is not following the guidelines as you communicated. We realize that those who kept saying we have to learn to live with COVID were right. Unfortunately, it looks like we do have to learn to live with it. But learning to live with it does not mean we pretend it doesn't exist. It means we adapt. We now know that when used together, universal masking, social distancing when possible, vaccination, especially for kids 12 and older, and disinfecting surfaces significantly reduce the risk of infection. I don't know why we're trying to pretend COVID doesn't exist. Why are we not protecting our kids? Would you allow texting and driving to become optional if you had a chance? What about drinking and driving? We know these rules are in place because we have seen research and numbers proving they work. And these rules only work when we all follow them. A drunk driver can still injure or even kill another driver, even if the other driver did everything right. I respectfully ask that you require universal indoor masks in school to protect our children, especially those who are too young to be vaccinated. Thank you.
Lisa Nedzlik.
Good evening. Can you hear me? My name is Lisa Nedzlik. I have two children in this district, ages 9 and 7, both whom are too young to be vaccinated against COVID at this point. I'm an attorney and my husband is a physician in a local emergency department. He would be here with me tonight, but he's working. He co-signs this statement as both a father and a physician. I'm here tonight because I'm deeply concerned about your plan to make masks optional for the upcoming school year, and I ask that you require masks in our schools. The CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics have called on schools to require masks for children. Those bodies do not have the authority to require masks in school, and to say that you're following the CDC guidelines because you are recommending masks is a matter of semantics. You're not following the CDC guidelines with this policy. You're not following the science. But our kids aren't in school yet, thankfully, and you have the chance to course correct here. All available evidence indicates that COVID will spread wildly in schools without mitigation efforts in place, including universal masking. Masks have been proven to decrease transmission and infection, especially when used with other mitigation efforts, including distancing and ventilation. The Delta variant has changed the game. Delta has been shown to be far more transmissible, but the good news is that masks still work to help slow the spread. Last year, you made it a point to follow the science with all of the policies and mitigation efforts. I do not understand why at this juncture you would choose to walk back on protections that have been in place and have been successful in our district. Our kids are used to wearing masks, and our kids will do as we model for them. If you can enforce a dress code, you can certainly enforce mask wearing as part of the dress code. You are tasked with ensuring our children have a safe learning environment. To do so right now, masks need to be required. We need to protect our children. The fact that children under 12 are not eligible to receive a vaccine should be enough to require masks. How can you possibly remove protections and leave kids completely exposed and vulnerable? Your current plan is very reactive, while it really should be proactive. This is a global pandemic, and we all have a duty to be responsible citizens and help protect each other. You are our local leaders and have the chance to set a standard here. I don't mean to place extra pressure on you, but your choice to implement a mask requirement versus a mask recommendation will also affect the entire community and the spread of disease here. If the trends are to be believed, things are about to get a lot worse here in Michigan. Please, let's not add to the spread. Please keep the safety of our children at the front of your mind and choose to protect our children, teachers, staff, and community by requiring that masks be worn in school. Thank you for your time.
Dawn Hanson.
Hello, my name's Dawn Hanson. I'm the president of the Plymouth Canton Extended Day Association, and I just wanted to take a moment to let you know that this school year marks the 30th anniversary of the Kids Time program. and I've been fortunate to have been a part of the department for 28 years. I wanted to thank the Board of Education and the administration for supporting our department and the families of our community. I also wanted to mention that we are wrapping up summer camp next week, and it has been a great summer. Camp looked a little different this year than it has in the past, but we're still able to have a lot of fun. We were unable to go on field trips, but we were able to bring in the field trips to us. We had magicians and science shows and putt-putt golf in the gym. We had water days and Kona Ice in our annual summer camp Kids Time Talent Show. We had lots of arts and crafts and many other fun activities that were enjoyed in a safe and fun way. It was so nice to be able to spend time with our students enjoying the summer. I'm so excited to start back to school and continue to care for our students and the families of the Plymouth Canton Community School District. So thank you.
Mark DiTullio.
Good evening. I'm going to go without notes here. About 2 months ago, everybody on this board, I believe, signed a document of the governance standards for school boards. I've read through that document, and not too far down, it says that you are accountable to the community, not the CDC. I sat back and I saw it's all for the children, and I had a long time to think about that. So I went to the CDC site, and I did not see those words anywhere. I'm an engineer. Doesn't mean anything. I've spent my entire career looking at data, trying to analyze it to come to good conclusions. And when I look at, I was very, very interested in everything COVID related. All of the data that I looked at, I had to dismiss. I didn't know where it came from. I didn't know if it was good or bad. I hear everybody making these passionate claims on what the data says, what the science says. And I said, I don't see any of that. I cannot stand up looking dispassionately at the data and make any conclusions. So what does this mean for you, the school board? What do you do? If you are accountable to the community, you would look at everybody around here, and I find it very interesting that everybody that came up has been passionate about wearing masks. And yet when I look at the room, I hear a lot of boos, like the majority of the room is against that. How were the people to come up here and talk, how were they selected? That's another piece of data I will never have. So let me just finish by saying, what is the school board to do? Let me suggest this. Let the parents be parents. I chose to, or not to get a vaccine, to wear a mask and not wear a mask, not based on what I saw on TV or anybody that said. I went to my doctor, my personal physician, who I have a relationship with, to personally ask for his advice. So just to come up here and talk about generalities or what you read in the paper, or, I just don't think that that is the correct course of action. Again, I ask, let us be parents. Let us instill values in our kids. Let us teach them how to be parents in the future. Thank you.
Sue Shanlikian. I'm sorry.
Hi, my name is Sue Shanlikian. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm the parent of an 8th grade special ed student in Plymouth Canton. I'm grateful for the district's August 2nd communication of their COVID-19 mitigation guidelines for the upcoming school year. I applaud the district for communicating their plan more than 1 month before the first day that students will be in attendance for the upcoming school year. I applaud the district for reopening the virtual academy and in-person enrollment options to allow parents the opportunity to change their enrollment status of their children given this information about the upcoming school year. I also applaud the district for following the recommendations from the CDC and MDHHS, which strongly recommend but do not require masks. Thank you for prioritizing in-person education in the least restrictive environment. I appreciate the administration's philosophy that increased mitigation measures should be dynamic and made building by building versus for the entire district based on spread and positivity rates. Thank you for all that the district does, and we're looking forward to this school year.
Chelsea Lonsdale?
Good evening. My name is Chelsea Lonsdale, and I am the parent of an incoming 9th grader at P-CCS. I'm also an educator. I'm an English professor at Henry Ford College in Dearborn, Michigan, and I'm very much looking forward to returning to campus this fall. I'm here tonight because I disagree with the district's choice to recommend but not require masks for students, staff, and teachers this school year, and I'm asking you to reconsider your position on this issue, especially now that Wayne County has been reclassified as having a high transmission rate. I'm not here to represent any political party or ideological extreme. Frankly, I find both sides to be pretty misguided. I recognize that COVID is a novel disease that continues to evolve, and that medical experts and scientists from around the world are working together to understand the origins of this disease, its future, and how to best intervene. I also recognize that masks are not a perfect solution. Cloth masks might not filter enough particles to be very effective, and certain materials in masks could be dangerous to inhale. But we know that masks are an effective mitigation strategy, especially for our younger children who are not yet eligible for the vaccine. Superintendent Merritt, you were quoted in the Hometown Life paper today stating that the district was following CDC guidance to strongly recommend masks indoors, while promising to closely monitor risk levels and reevaluate plans as needed. Thank you for that. And thank you, Patrick and Sean, for expressing your concerns tonight about taking reactionary rather than precautionary measures in response to rapidly changing conditions. I hear your concerns and appreciate that you've shared your perspectives. I'm asking tonight that the district take a proactive approach and require masks to be worn indoors before we reach the transmission levels necessary for the state or county to mandate face coverings. I know this is not ideal. Nobody wants to wear a mask all day, and despite the recommendation to be wearing masks indoors now, most of the people here are not masked, despite how closely we are sitting and standing together. Ultimately, universal indoor masking is the safest, least disruptive, and most equitable approach to our current situation. Requiring masks, like several other districts and colleges and universities are doing already, will keep positive COVID cases to a minimum, which means more kids, teachers, and staff in school and better outcomes for all. Thank you.
Amanda McMahon?
Put this down a little shorter. Right now we have 7 current pediatric beds in use for COVID in the state. 7. There's a wait list for psychiatric beds. Kids need to see smiling faces. Michigan has 4.9 million N95 masks available to the hospitals. So those who need them and are worried should go buy them. I bought them earlier. But having checked in hundreds of kids in a local business, kids aren't wearing good masks. They're dirty, they're disgusting. The younger ones, they drink their water bottles through the mask. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Those of us who have kids who need to be in person, they need to see the smiling faces too, because they're struggling emotionally. I also understand bed occupancy and wanting to keep family members safe. My grandmother went septic and passed from a non-COVID infection this summer. She was turned away from a hospital because of lack of a bed, and she had to be airlifted from the UP to Green Bay. I made that about 1,400-mile trek in 48 hours and then went back for the funeral. We protected my grandmother by staying away. She was diagnosed with what she told me her doctor called COVID depression and was put on antidepressants in February after struggling all winter. Her last Christmas was alone from her family. She was away from us all. We didn't go see her. We planned to do Christmas in July. We did it, but without her. We protected her from nothing. Our children need to see smiling faces. We are humans who need others. We aren't robots who just need the input. Our kids need more than just the information from the textbook. In fact, when my kids were virtual, I had to actually opt my son out of the social emotional learning because it did nothing for him. Earlier, my husband brought in the keys. He had to go back for the kids. Like another guy, he's a science guy. He does data science. In January 2020, he started hoarding rice. I laughed. In March, my daughter was supposed to go to a competition. He said, if you go, don't come back. He was afraid of the virus. He told the reason for traveling, it was canceled, luckily. And as data came out, he found a lot of it to be invalid like the other guy. You couldn't track the data changed. We need to follow the data and know where it's coming from. Our daughter, she did fine emotionally. She loved virtual, always had to check what she was doing. She did fine in a mask. She struggled with school, but my son, he struggled everywhere. He will be one kid who will be attending another school if masks are required, and I volunteered almost every day some school years at Isbister. He needs to be able to read emotions. While I can see people's eye rolls and we can hear things, he needs to see that body language. And he's at an age now where when kids are being mean, he just needs to know that they're being mean, and he won't be able to do that with the masks. So I'm asking that you take that into consideration as well. Thank you.
Mary Ellen Roblewski.
Ooh, very good.
Thank you for hearing me. This is my very first school board meeting. I'm a mother of 6 and a grandmother of 12. And I first of all want to start out with thanking you for the time that you put in, and thanking you for this district. That's why we moved here over 40 years ago, was for the Plymouth Canton School District. However, in later years, when there was a lot of liberal things going on, we moved 6 of our kids to Plymouth Christian Academy, and 5 of them graduated from that school, which I'm very proud of. But it was a complete sacrifice, and not all parents can do that and afford to do that. However, now with all that's going on with the transgender bathrooms and everything else that you people have made, in my opinion, terrible decisions about, I feel a need to get involved as a grandmother, because our kids, a lot of them are single parents. A lot of them are so busy working 2 jobs, or both parents are working. And so now I've almost felt like I've got to run for the school board just to be involved. As a grandparent that's almost 69 years old, instead of retiring, I feel now I have to get active in helping my own kids in the school district. And I think it's a shame. Because we moved here because of this. But I was so excited to hear what this lady has done, and so I'm really glad I came tonight because I've been encouraged. But masking kids is not the answer, and taking away the freedoms of parents is not the answer. We have those rights, folks. God gave those kids to us to raise. So please don't take that away. Please don't take that away. We love our kids more than you do, because we know those kids. So give us that right back. We put you in your positions, and we can take you out. Thank you.
Matthew Allen. Matthew Allen. that over there. David Hart. There we go.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I truly appreciate it, though I don't really want to be here. I have been a vocal supporter of Ms. Merritt and the P-CCS school board, and I appreciate what you do. So it's unfortunate I feel I need to be here tonight to respectfully disagree with the current planned course of action of the district. I'm a person who has lost indirectly, but 5 friends, acquaintances, work colleagues to COVID. That's the perspective I come from. And on this subject, there's so many varied opinions, and the disagreement is so unfortunately intense. But personally, I care most what experts in their subject matters think about this area. And I think it's already been covered, but I'll reiterate it anyway. Some universal truths that hopefully we can all agree on as a baseline. For starters, 1, although vaccination is the best way to prevent COVID-19, universal masking is a close second. There are people who disagree with that, but that is expert consensus, whether correct or not. 2, with masking, in-school learning is safe, regardless of community rates of infection, which incidentally allows for consistency. 3rd, in-school learning is more effective than remote instruction. I think we all agree on that. Thank you, my friends. Thank you. Children thrive on consistency. So, to me at least, reasonable minds might differ, but to me, it's not surprising then that the CDC recommends universal indoor masking for all teachers, staff, students, and visitors to school, regardless of vaccination status. They say, quote, this prevention strategy is crucial to allowing students to maintain in-person education. Man, do I want my kids, 2 of them in P-CCS, to be back to school. It's been a rough time. We're thriving, they're not suffering. We're thankful for their teachers, and they've done remarkably well, and it's been a teaching opportunity to show them resilience and what you do to protect each other. Effective leaders start with a goal and work backwards to develop policy. If our collective goal is to maintain in-person learning, we need to work backwards from that goal. Fortunately, the CDC has made that easy for us from a policy-making standpoint. They have laid out the policy that they strongly recommend, and it's universal mask wearing in schools. P-CCS's stated aim in its written policy currently is to have an environment that is safe and inclusive for all. If being inclusive means accommodating the no masking preference of students who will be commingled with our students, it means excluding students who might be immunocompromised and excluding those whose families choose to only enter environments that are compliant with CDC recommendations. I would ask you respectfully to please create a truly inclusive and safe environment and to follow the recommendations by actually implementing universal masking. Thank you.
Is there another, Nick, is there another room people are in?
Yeah, there's overflow.
They can hear it? Okay. All right. So if Matthew Allen shows up, just let me know. All right. Next we have Brad Seitz. Brad? Put him here also. All right.
What is this, Brad? Brad's coming.
Okay. All right.
As Superintendent Merritt said, over the last year and a half, we've all been forced to try to become public health experts, but 99.9% of us are not. Like myself, I'm just a parent of a 5th and 9th grader at P-CCS, and we're just teachers, interior designers, tech consultants, retail workers, small business owners, and more. But it's August 2021, and we've learned a lot, and we know ventilation, mask, and distancing are all important. And because we especially now know vaccination is the most important public health measure, Director Myers said that earlier today, and that's not surprising. That's how we beat polio, smallpox, and other diseases. However, when my daughter goes to 5th grade at Workman, approximately 0% of the students will be vaccinated against COVID, and for the upper grades, perhaps half. We wouldn't accept that for polio, whooping cough, but that's where we are with COVID. So since vaccines aren't required or even an option for elementary school kids, what can we do? Because we all want kids to be in person in school. Well, again, you know, we did it last year. My 2 kids went in person last year, and my wife and I picked them up or dropped them off at school, and I saw the kids, especially elementary school, put them on and go about their way. They just did it. But now, P-CCS has decided not to listen to public health experts and go in a different direction. And I tried to figure out why that is, and as far as I can tell, it's a fixation on trying to go back to normal, which we'd all love, but we're not there, unfortunately. We're still in an abnormal situation, and you know that if you listen to the news, listen to the governors of Arkansas, Louisiana, and of course, public health experts. Because the recommendations are clear, and you've heard that, it's from federal to county. And it says, I want to be clear, universal indoor masking by all. There's no confusion over what that is. It's universal in all, and yet dealing with the universal problem, we have a school district administration that says, well, it's just up to individual choice and personal responsibility. Right. But you can't reach something that's universal by leaving it up to individual people. That's not how it will work. We will never get there. These people aren't going to follow it, and they're not, and that's who you're ultimately listening to. You're not listening to the public health experts. You're deciding to listen to the other folks who are telling you what to do, that they've looked at the data, that they know what it is. And Superintendent Merritt, you remind me of that proverb where someone is floundering and asking for help, and they get sent a boat, a plane, a helicopter, and they wave them all away because they're waiting for a higher power to come and save them. You've already been sent the help. The recommendations have been crystal clear. Universal masking by all. And the only way to do that, to make a systemic change for an organization and a board that focuses on equity and justice, is to make it so that everyone can do it for all. So please listen to the public health experts and not the people who don't want you to. Thank you.
I'm going to ask again that people not interrupt the speakers. Next up is Nikki Peters.
Maybe you could say who the next one is so they can
Yeah.
come forward.
Nikki Peters.
And then who's after?
There we go. And then after that will be Rena Sethi.
Hi. Thank you. I appreciate the time to talk. I'm here as an advocate for mask mandating, but I know you've heard a lot about that, so I won't go into numbers. The one thing I would like to talk about is the timing for someone who needs to switch from virtual academy to in-person. I have a immune-compromised 7-year-old who was virtual academy last year and is also non-neurotypical. So having him do virtual academy was very hard. And I have decided to keep him home for 18 months because of not putting him in person and putting him at risk. We were very excited to be in person, and hearing that there may not be a mask mandate is tough. So the one thing that, to make you aware, we have to decide by Monday to go virtual academy to switch back. So the one thing I would like to say to challenge you with is I hear a lot of talk about we have the next month to decide for our data and our level setting of where we need to be with mask mandating, but us as parents have to decide by Monday if we need to switch back to virtual academy or go in person. And so it feels like since we know where our levels are in the community and we're at a high level and the recommendations are there, I would say that those deadlines are there for us and our hands are tied where we have to make our decisions. So I would just ask that sometimes you look at those dates that we have to also make for our children to keep them safe, because our deadlines are there to make those decisions. Thank you.
So next is Rima Sethi, and after Rima will be Hannon Peters.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rima Sethi. I'm one of the ER physicians in the area. The last couple of years have been interesting, to say the least. I feel like I have a little bit of a unique perspective with regards to how the numbers are climbing and how the numbers lag in certain instances. I don't necessarily want to talk about masking versus not masking, but what I really feel is important right now that may not have been mentioned is the mental health crisis in this country is soaring. It's really affecting our children. Our ER is seeing, gosh, I would say a 30, 40, 50% increase in the number of children's mental health cases we're seeing. And one of my concerns with regards to the option of wearing a mask, now I think it goes without saying I believe in universal masking. I think it should be mandated. But my concern is the lack of universal masking is going to put a rift between our children, and then there's going to be children that are potentially bullying other children. There are children that are going to feel inferior in certain ways. I believe children need unity. I think they need consistency. I think they need normalcy. But normalcy is not going to be, being put in quarantine every other day because they're a close contact of another individual. Normalcy is going to be staying in school every day for the full complement of days that we have. So I just encourage you to take another perspective. I want my children to be masked at school. I want them to feel comfortable masked at school. I don't want other children looking at them and saying, I don't have to wear my mask. Why are you wearing a mask? That hurts me. So I encourage you guys to think about that, and I thank you so much for all the work that you've done. I realize you're not public health officials or physicians, or this is not your job, but I do think it is your job to make sure that all our children have a positive experience, and this could be part of it. Thank you so much.
So next is Hannon Peters. After that is John Lackney.
Good evening. It's almost tomorrow. I had to change this up a little bit because as I listened to all the comments tonight, I can't help but wonder why everyone is asking you, the educators, why you're not mandating masks, why you're not mandating our decisions regarding our health choices. When the real question should really be, why isn't the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services and the CDC and the Wayne County Health Department, why didn't they mandate this? That's their job. That's not your job. They did it before. Why aren't they doing it now? That's the real question. The burden shouldn't have been placed on anyone in this room to make those decisions or take away our right to decide what's best for our family. You are all responsible for educating all of our children, not for making our healthcare choices. You may be authorized to mandate masks and maybe even vaccinations, but that decision should never be based upon your own personal opinions. Let the scientists handle the mandates. You all need to stay in your lane. Thank you for returning our students to full-time in-person learning. Thank you for following the science and not following the fear. Thank you for giving us the right to choose again. Thank you for allowing parents to direct the education of our children. Thank you for giving us back our medical choices and for implementing mitigation strategies that make sense based upon the spread both in the community as well as in each building. Thank you for not shutting down our schools again and leaving our children behind the screens. Thank you for making face-to-face full-time education your first priority this year. Thank you for opening the virtual academy enrollment window and allowing families to enroll or disenroll based upon what is best for their individual families. We fully support your decision to provide full-time in-person instruction for this school year. Everyone should have the right to choose which educational delivery method is best for their family, as well as whether they want their child to wear a mask or receive a vaccination. Thank you for giving the families who are in support of a universal mask mandate an opportunity to enroll in the virtual academy. Thank you for being P-CCS strong and following through on your promise to provide a full-time, face-to-face education that our children deserve and require this school year. Thank you.
So next is John Lackney, and following John is Becky Bartz. John Lackney? All right, we'll put him here. So then we have Becky Bartz is next, and following Becky is Mike Kay. I'm not going to try it again.
Thank you very much. This is also my first time in front of this board, and I'm happy to be here tonight. And I want to say, if the last 2 years have taught us anything, it's that so-called experts change their minds frequently and often in contradicting ways. But something that is timeless is that parents will do what is best for their kids above all else. Trust parents to make and continue to do what's best for their kids without a one-size-fits-all mandate. You openly admit you are not public health experts, but you are educators. So you educate and let parents decide if in-person masks or remote homeschooling is the best choice for their kids. Tonight I've heard you quote two bodies that you make your guidelines by. One is the MDHHS and one is the CDC. So I would also like to quote those things that you hold dear. Number one, last year, the MDHSS, they took tests for our kids. They mandated COVID testing for athletics. They tested 564,000 children, and they swabbed them. And they found a rate of 99.33% negative. They also took 25,000 tests performed on our youth sports athletes, age 19 and younger, who were affiliated with club sports. And they also found 99.48% negative. Secondly, you mentioned the CDC in their guidelines that you follow, and you mentioned the PCR testing. And I'm wondering if you know that the CDC has said they're transitioning away from PCR testing. And why are they doing that? Because they can't tell the difference between COVID and the flu. And it explains why the flu went from 38 million and dropped to 2,000 overnight. And so in December, the CDC will be eliminating the PCR test. So if you are using that for our children, that is not what the CDC guidelines are saying. In addition, you've talked a lot about masking today. There are 79 studies, 79. 47 of them confirm the ineffectiveness of masks for COVID, and 32 more confirm their negative health effects. Johns Hopkins tested 48,000 children, and they looked at them according to their health insurance data from April to August, and found zero cases of death in those patients, 48,000. And lastly, I just want to say that the human brain becomes fully developed in children at age 25, and we are putting masks on these children that is taking away their oxygen, and that is unfair to our children. Let parents make those decisions. Let us decide for our health, and if you're going to go on the science, I just presented you and showed you a lot of science tonight, presented you science. This is the true science that's out there. And I ask that you consider that. Thank you.
All right, next up is Mike, and following Mike is Desiree Saloni.
All right. So first of all, I'd like to start and say thank you, Monica, for giving parents the choice for our kids. They are our children, not the children of the school board. Look around this room. By faces alone, you're seeing how the overwhelming majority of families in this district are choosing to live life mask-free. Sadly, several on this board who are obviously pro-mandate, pro-mask, pro-force of our children do not have kids in this district. Several of you have stated how you are not health professionals. So why is a non-health professional who doesn't have kids in this district pushing so hard to mandate? School Code 380.10. It is a natural, fundamental right of parents and legal guardians to determine and direct the care, teaching, and education of their children. Nobody is against people sending their kids in a mask. We are adamantly against forced masking, forced testing, forced quarantining when it is not necessary. COVID is not going to go away. Vaccinated or not, mask or no mask, COVID will be around for years to come. My hope is this district decides to move on and put focus back on our kids. This district lost 800 kids year over year. You might already know the drop in numbers for this coming year already. I'm not sure. But based on the current wait list at Ivywood, we are not done losing kids. These are families that are choosing to leave this district based on actions taken by this board and actions inside of the classroom. Learn, prepare, thrive. It's time to start to thrive again. Thank you.
So is Desiree, and then following will be Michael Wheaton.
Good evening. My name is Desiree Salone, and I have had a 2020 graduate, and I will have a 2023 graduate. It's been a rough 18 months. I think we all can attest to that. But I just wanted to, and I'm going to kind of echo what she had said earlier. She had a lot of similar comments that I do. I want to make sure that I understand correctly that the CDC is, as we know, eliminating the PCR test on the 31st of December due to inaccuracies, but yet you're going to use that as a guideline to determine risk factors for this year? I just want to make sure that I'm, following the science and determining risk levels. If I didn't have a son in soccer, I would be moving him to CC like that. But he won't be able to play. So you got me there. But as soon as my kids are done and we're done with this district, I'm selling my house and I'm in sales. So I really hope you guys continue to keep this in place and don't force our children to mask up. I know you're losing students in droves, and I just think because the science is ever changing, you need to look at, who's putting you in those seats that you're sitting in right now. Good evening.
So Michael Wheaton, and following Michael is Laura Weck.
Oh, good evening, everybody. Read this. I'm here to address the mask optional policy that the district has in effect currently. As a parent and homeowner within the district and someone who tries to follow the science in COVID-19, I thank the board and the superintendent, I guess, for adopting this policy, as I strongly believe this decision to be the correct one. I've come to believe that no matter how bad this pandemic gets, mandating mask usage for children is simply not going to mitigate any spread of COVID that occurs in classrooms and in school facilities. I wrote all of you earlier today about the information put together by a Massachusetts mother and businesswoman named Emily Burns. I encourage you to read it and consider it before making any decision to reverse the mask optional policy. It is available in a Twitter thread she created. Her handle is Emily_Burns_V. Emily's thread points out that most aerosolized virus resides in particles so small that they readily breach the cloth and surgical masks that most of us wear through the gaps at the edges, no matter how tightly they fit. Therefore, a poorly ventilated room full of people wearing these types of masks, and with at least one viral carrier breathing normally, will be contaminated with COVID after a very short length of time. They might as well not be wearing any masks at all. While respirators may work better, they must be properly fitted and worn. This is a struggle for most functioning adults, and while some kids can be taught to wear them effectively, can we reasonably expect all kids to figure them out? I believe you really need to concentrate on measures that actually work, including ventilation, filtration, hygiene, nutrition, and vaccine uptake. And while certain students and staff can benefit from the proper use of respirators, we should not force that on everyone. Emily spends a lot of time describing the costs of mandatory masking on children and the community, which are quite significant to say the least, and others have spoken about that tonight. I realize it's a very tough issue to manage and is highly politicized, but I hope you all can keep a clear view of the science and data and act accordingly. In my view, this means continuing to respect the choices of parents to protect their children in the way they see fit by keeping masks optional. Thank you.
Laura Weck, and then after Laura will be Sean Binder.
Hello, my name is Laura Weck. I have two sons, a second and a fifth grader at Bird Elementary. I have long things that I was going to say, but I feel like it's hot in here, it's late, and a lot of people have already echoed a lot of what I want to say, which is it's important to give this choice to the parents, just like it's important to give choices to students. I have to say I was slightly disappointed to listen to the board so focused on masking and very little talk about depression and the mental health of our overall students. Suicide still is a much higher death rate than COVID is today, and that is a fact. You can look it up, that we should be focusing more on our children's mental health than whether or not a mask is going to protect them. I also want to say that going against what certain physicians have stated in here, just last week on August 3rd in the Lancet study that was for child and adolescent health, concluded that all children who develop COVID symptoms are at minimal risk of long-term COVID. And that was concluded that almost all children had symptom resolution by 8 weeks, providing reassurance about long-term COVID outcomes. To piggyback on Becky, with the studies, there have been zero studies around children wearing masks. So why are we mandating masks in children? It's also shown that a lot of these studies that have been shown to, with masks are very inconclusive. And there aren't any other studies really actively out there right now looking into children wearing masks. I want you to question that. Why are we not looking into children wearing masks if it's so important to stop the spread? I would like to stand behind public education regardless of last year's outcomes. I did not agree with a lot of the things that were done with the board. I was for in-person learning from day one. I'd like to stand behind public education in the future because it is a culture based on the inclusion of all that supports freedom to choose what is best for your family needs based on your beliefs. Thank you.
So we have Sean Binder, and after Sean, Tanya Hug.
Hi, how are you? I am coming to you tonight as a parent of 3 school-age children, but also as an elementary teacher. I've been a teacher for 22 years. I teach 2nd grade,
And I just wanted to share my perspective of the masks in the classroom. I know you've probably been in and observed and talked with teachers, but I just had a lot of feelings. Last year, it was probably the hardest year as a teacher. I think that you all witnessed that, and many would agree. I really struggled welcoming them every day with masks on, and I sent an email, to you, Ms. Merritt, and shared that concern, and you heard me and you understood. I just want to share 4 points that I want you to consider. I know you've got a lot of things that you're trying to work through in numbers and levels, and you're watching it all, and I do not envy your position. But here is what I observed in the classroom with masks in young children. Unsanitary. They were touching them and pulling them all day long. They were, putting them down on their desks, then touching them. By the end of the day, most of them were dirty. Even, we're telling them, okay, change your mask. Go, coming in from recess, change your mask. I just felt like you could see they were getting wet. There's touching them and then touching, the desks throughout the classroom. So I felt like that was worse than if we're just talking. We don't breathe on our hands and then touch all around the classroom throughout the day. So witnessing that gave me a lot of concern. So I felt like it was unsanitary for trying to keep them healthy and free of bacteria. I felt like putting those masks on these young kids was adding to that danger. The other thing is the inconsistent rules in the classroom. Okay, they come in with their masks. Now it's snack time. Now they take their masks off. They put them on their desks. Now we're all in the classroom together, and they, half of them had their masks on, half of them didn't, but we're breathing the same air without these masks on. And then they put them back on, then they take their water, and they take so off and on all day long. They're going out to recess. They're allowed to have their masks off at recess. So, we're telling them it's not okay to have your mask off this time, but you can take it off this time. So I really struggled with giving them that direction and showing them that inconsistency. The other thing that a lot of people touched on is the SEL. We worked really hard to teach them all these social emotional lessons and learning, but then seeing them with these masks over their face and I couldn't read their facial expressions, or teaching them to, look at people's faces or understand their body language was really difficult. I don't know if somebody's crying or sad or happy. That was really hard for me as a teacher to try to identify and comfort these children when they're masked. Also teaching spelling, teaching reading is like hard. They're learning to spell, and it's hard for them to see me right now I'm like so thirsty, but they can't see me pronounce the words to try to spell. So that was also really concerned. So I just feel like so much has been lost. I know I'm over my time. I want to get back to educating them. I want to get back to being a unified community. I hope that day is soon. It's a very divisive topic. Thank you for putting the children first and considering these options when you make your decisions.
Tanya Hug, and then Michael Bracky.
Hi, I'm Tanya Hug. There's so many fallacies that I keep hearing from all of the pro-masked individuals stating that where they're wanting to take away the rights of the parents. To put up the arguments that the unmasked school year is going to be a sick and deadly situation is a complete farce, and everyone who's making these passionate claims without facts to back them up are just fear-mongering. To say follow the science without describing or detailing what the science is just another fallacy. It is a straw man argument. Anti-mandate individuals come to you with multiple facts, including from the CDC and everybody else you guys prefer. Pro-masked parents have not. They only say trust experts. But who's the experts of our children when they're having issues and when we know that they're going home and they're throwing up their masks and other kind of things? They have depression. They're committing suicide at 10 and 11 years old. That's far more disturbing than being afraid of something that nobody can even prove or isolate. I've been to a fully unmasked church every week, protests, weekly freedom protecting meetings with more than 30, 40 people in the last 18 months. I'm not dead. Neither is anyone I know. None of us have gotten sick. We're living outside of fear and enjoying the fresh air and healthy immune system. We have yet to get sick, my family or my friends. If the people pushing for the masks are seeing a lot of sickness in their families, maybe it's the masks. Stop quoting these numbers because the experts at the CDC state that the PCR tests are class 1 recall because they're not working and they're getting false positives. So we can't use those to mandate these. We can't use those for the recommendations. It's something that other school boards keep saying is, well, it's recommended. Recommended means you have a choice to listen to what people are saying and not to just be afraid and to tell all of us to be afraid and to live in this life where our kids don't have this. My life and my children have all been a completely free life the last year and a half. Nothing has been scared and my life hasn't changed except for trying to teach people and help them understand that just because an expert tells you something, they could be wrong. FDA pushes so many things that get recalled later. I don't know how many lawsuits right now are in because of talc powder, because of formula you give your child, because of sunscreen that we put on our children, from cancer, from everything. So experts mean nothing. We are all experts if we look into it. The CDCs and their experts are contradicting each other. They'll give us information and then they'll say, but we recommend this, even though it does not fit what they have already told us. So maybe they're waiting for all of us to say, wait a second, I don't need an expert to tell me what to do. I can look at the information, and when this makes no sense, it makes no sense. The only reason that any school district or any government official will push these things is because they're getting paid. It's the incentives that are forcing people to put these things on our children, not health reasons. All of you guys know for a fact in your brains that those masks are not doing you any good. Thank you. Have a good day.
So Michael Brackney and then Sandy Dorsey? Douse, okay.
Hello, and thank you for staying so late. I'm excited to be part of this conversation because I have been in healthcare for 22 years. I see adults, I see children, and I've had to research this myself to figure out what's going on because there are ever-changing guidelines. We all agree that there are ever-changing guidelines. And that's confusing. But what I have seen is children that are starting to have high levels of anxiety. And it's been hard, but when I look at what's going on with the kids and really wearing a mask or not wearing a mask, it's stressful to them. And what I want to say is parents need to be able to choose what is best for their children. And the reason I want to choose what's best for their children, listen, if you want a mask. You want a double mask, triple mask, 20 masks, I don't care. But if you don't want a mask, you should have that freedom to do that. If you want to stay home, stay home. What I've seen is read studies about suicide rates, and 1 in 4 children had contemplated suicide during the lockdowns. 1 in 4 children. Those are numbers out there. And what we know is kids cannot learn very good. I've got 4 children. I've got older children, younger children. And when they're trying to put their masks on, they're fooling them, they're taking them on, they're putting them off. We find them all over the place in our house, and then they grab it to go to school the next day. I'm like, these masks aren't clean, these masks aren't effective. If you know children, they really don't want them on, and it's itchy. And I also know communication and education and communication go hand in hand, and teachers are not effectively communicating if I can't see their face. To the children aren't effectively communicating if the teacher can't understand. Are they understanding this? They don't know what the communication is. So we're having a situation where the kids aren't socially learning, they're not learning or know when they need a little bit of extra help in there. So what I'm saying is you can say science, science, science. But science is, we all know, the orderly collection of information. Well, we have to look for the unbiased research. You can find research that will tell you anything on both sides of the spectrum. But we really have to go down to a local level. The guidelines are just the guidelines. And they could recommend what they want to recommend, but we have to say, hey, I want my children to be able to be well educated so they can make their own informed decisions. I want them to be happy so they're not having anxiety. I want them to be healthy because we're doing all the mentally healthy at the same time. So to break this down, the people and everyone I know really thinks it should be the choice of the parents and the families how to best take care of their kids, how to best educate their kids, and thank you for your time.
So after Sandy will be Crystal Fulton.
Well, I'd like to start with a quote from your pledge. One nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all. Liberty for all means I choose my body, my choice. If you want to wear a mask, if you want to get vaccinated, if you want to take the tests every weekend or every day, it's up to you. But it's up to me what I do and what my children and grandchildren do. Well, I'd like to know first, by a show of hands, who on this school board knows who Carrie Mullis is? Have you ever heard of Carrie Mullis? Please raise your hand. Does anybody know who Carrie Mullis is back here? We got a few. Okay, he is the inventor of the PCR test, the polymerase test. And he said, before he died in 2019 of pneumonia, he was a foe of Fauci, and he said, if you run the CT levels high enough, which I don't assume that you know what CT levels they're run at, because Beaumont Hospital couldn't tell me, that you can find anything in anybody. Okay, I'd like to ask you, if the children wear a mask, are they going to eat with that mask on, or are we going to make new masks with holes in them? I think a pacifier actually might work better for them. You're going to start with a step of social distancing. Put the little stickers on the floor and social distance people. The next step is the experimental drug. It's an experimental emergency use authorized drug that Henry Ford Hospital and Trinity Health and a lot of other hospitals are mandating for their staff. I have heard women crying that they're going to lose their job. They have to take this jab. And so, along with Carrie Mullis, has anybody ever heard of Dr. Robert Malone? Have you read any of his? Have you seen any? Okay, there's a gentleman out there who has. Dr. Robert Malone is the inventor of the mRNA, well, it's not a vaccine, but therapy, gene therapy. And he said, this is not a good idea in a pandemic. Don't take this. And does anybody know who, let's see, who's my other guy? Michael Yeadon. Anybody heard of Michael Yeadon? Okay, Michael Yeadon is the person who is a former VP at Pfizer for 10 years. He worked for Pfizer. He said, don't do this. Those are experts on this side. You've heard of some elusive experts, and maybe Dr. Fauci, who has changed his mind a lot. Yeah. Dr. Fauci made some huge mistakes with AIDS and HIV that caused a lot of death, and he's going to cause a lot of death now. I have some compromise with my oxygen, and I don't appreciate having to, nobody is going to force me, my children, or my grandchildren to ingest their own waste products. I do not drink urine, I do not eat feces, and I will not allow anyone to force children to ingest their own gaseous waste. If you make these choices, you're free to, and I support your right to. But please don't take my rights away, because step 2 is the inoculation. And if you think this is a busy meeting, if you try to mandate that, you're going to have the crowds out in the street.
If you could give the form back to Mr. Brandon.
Oh, sure.
So it is Crystal Fulton and then Bryce Connor.
Okay. Hi, I'm Crystal Fulton. We also were involved at some vaccination clinics that were happening, little pop-up protests, you know, against the clinics that were going on school property, because we believe that these should not be involved in the school. Also, we're being told that once the vaccination pop-up clinic is on the school property, that the school property is now private property and it's not public anymore when those activities are going on. So we do know that that's very strange, because we're parents and community members uniting to reclaim our parental rights and individual liberties, to live in the freedoms those before us fought for, and to secure the blessings of liberty for children and our posterity. We demand freedom, family, integrity, district transparency, respect of personal privacy, and education without indoctrination. We know it's the fundamental right of parents to direct the care, education, and teaching of our children. Educators should instill a sense of well-grounded patriotism in our students, recognizing that freedom is special and rare. Medical decisions are the responsibility of the parent, including but not limited to barriers over airways, medical testing, and vaccines. Our medical choices should remain private. Children should not be treated differently based on medical choices, and it's not the role of public educators to celebrate sexual lifestyles, promote gender identities, or disrupt parents' fundamental rights in these delicate matters. So please stop.
Bryce Connor and then Jennifer will follow Bryce.
So, for these parents who are talking about the students, I am a student of Livonia Public Schools, and I don't think, or thank you for making it not required, but you can choose to wear a mask or choose not to. But I still don't think it's right that we have vaccination clinics on school grounds, and more children have died of this COVID vaccine than the actual vaccine than the actual virus itself. So we shouldn't be having this vaccine, and these masks are not good for children. They're losing 16% of their oxygen intake that they should be having. There's a lot of stuff wrong with this, but I hope you change that we have the vaccine clinics on school grounds, and thank you.
Jennifer, and then if Matthew Allen or John Lackney is here, you will follow her.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Kompaltowitz, and this is the 5th board meeting that I have spoken at. Each time I have focused on unmasking our children. A little over a week ago, I was able to have a meeting face-to-face with Monica to ask her questions, get guidance on where our district is going, and the plans for this year. I wanted to speak today to say thank you, Monica, for choosing to make masks a recommendation only and leaving the choices up to the families as it should be. This past school year was a source of extreme frustration and stress for many parents as well as students and staff. I feel so strongly that this choice is starting the year off on the right foot, and hopefully this school year will get us back on track to student success in and out of the classroom. My children are in elementary school, and I know how important these first years in school are at harboring a love of education. Being in the classroom and seeing their friends and teachers' faces, playing together on recess, participating in projects together are imperative in their development. At the middle and high school levels, hopefully this year they'll be able to do all the things they should be doing at that age. It's not just about going to school. It's about hanging out in the hallways between classes, playing sports, going to dances, being in a school club, or going on field trips. Those are the years that they will remember forever, and that will start to shape them into who they will become. This past year brought them so much fear and uncertainty: social distancing, masks, not being able to interact with their friends, activities being canceled. Unfortunately, we saw too many children take their own lives this past year. They had no hope and couldn't see a brighter tomorrow. By removing the masks and allowing them to interact with their friends and classmates again, you are giving them hope in a future. Let them get the education and experiences that they deserve and help them grow into strong adults. And finally, as a parent who's on the verge of leaving this district that I grew up in and that I love, you've given me hope. Hope that we can get things back on track and put our students first. And to all the parents here, since I have extra time, I just want to remind you that local elections matter. This board has to go.
So no Matthew or John? Okay. All right, we are now on to action items discussion, which is F. Future agenda topics. Does anybody have anything? Of course, this draft calendar goes out in every board packet, so if you have something, you can email it to Monica. All right. And then we had follow-up board questions. From the 7-13 meeting, we had 0 questions that we needed to follow up on. Does anybody have anything from tonight? We want to make sure we
There were a
follow up
number
on.
of clarification questions that we had with respect to the guidelines that we have and the difference between recommendations and requirements at the high school, at the high level, and whether those applied to athletics and activities, and what was the basis for that process.
As well as some of the local data.
We can't write that fast.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. So, just having our data stripped out of the Wayne County. Okay, so high level the recommendations at high level. Patrick?
Yeah, I mean, the section, it says required, but in the discussion, it appears that they're recommendations or that they're further mitigated or managed through MHSAA or something like that.
Okay.
You know, it's not clear what we're using in those which things are actually required and which things are recommendations, because they're required, but they were like, oh no, we're not actually going to do that.
Okay.
And then there was also an ask from Anupam to add the hyperlink to the local
Yes.
data source. Oh, I'm sorry. From Lauren, sorry.
I think you did have a URL suggestion.
Yes, yes.
And Josh and I will work on that. We'll get a tiny URL done within the next day or two. Okay, great, thank you.
Before we move on, I did write down, we forgot to thank both Dr. Vertini and Gibbs and Ms. Piaz for all of their hard work in getting all those contracts
Oh, yeah,
ratified.
absolutely. Thank you.
So that's a lot of work. You got a lot done. Your teams are awesome.
Thank you, but I have to recognize Mr. Kurt Tiskowitz because he negotiated so many contracts. So congratulations, Kurt, on great work.
And I'd like to publicly thank Barb Kilgore, who did all the market baskets and all the calculations behind all those numbers. So thank you, Barb.
So many people involved.
So yes, that's a lot of work.
It is.
I mean, we had 4 on tonight. So thank you for all of that work and getting those done before school started. All right, due to the late evening, we are not going to be adjourning to the special meeting on MTSS. We will be having that at a different time. And then for anybody watching, MTSS is a multi-tiered system of support, which is kind of educator speak for making sure students have what they need, which is what we're here for. So we will be doing that at a different time. Did anybody have anything else?
You want to talk about dates yet for board governance workshop? You want to kind of hold the dates? We haven't secured it, but.
We have a
August.
hold date?
I don't know if that is out there yet.
For what?
We're looking
Board
at the week of
governance workshop with the whole board.
The HISG.
Okay. I can send out an email. That might be better than people trying to look through their calendars right now. All right, so we have come to the end of our agenda, and the meeting is adjourned. It is 11:05.
Before midnight.